Dang. Oh, this ain't gonna get sharp. Oh well. Need some help. You know, it can get sharp though. This one. God, I feel like crap. So what are people up to today? Why is this? Oh. That's not gonna work out either. Too much blade play. Oh, good thing I didn't plan on keeping this one. That is bad too. Oh well. Well, any interaction in the comments keeps the keeps the stream going. So don't tell me that the Sabenza is out of your pocket. You can't talk like that, man. That's disrespectful. I'm gonna go tell Tim Reeve that you said that. Not that he cares. So I carried this thing for a week. Video on that is coming out on the 7th. It's crazy that the year's almost done already. Didn't see that coming. I am carrying this one this week. I bought this back in January and I haven't been able to get it into my pocket yet. There's just so many other things that I buy and carry. This thing never got into the pocket, so we're carrying this one this week. I bought this when it was $60. It was on sale, and now they're going for around 200. It is titanium scales with a wire clip and M390 blade. It's a nice size for me. I've got medium hands, and this thing fits quite well. Pretty dang sharp from factory as well. Cutting through paper towels with no problem. I don't know, I don't follow Ford. I just do knife content. Anyway, wish I had something to do so that I could actually keep people watching, but all I do is talk and show people stuff that they could probably afford if they look in the right places. I don't recommend this knife at all. I need to do a video on this thing, calling it out, because this thing is terrible. This is the Kershaw, what's it called? Decibel. I highly recommend not buying this thing. When I bought it, it was $50 and it didn't hold an edge worth crap. I really do regret buying that one. Probably, this was before I started buying stuff online. I bought them in person. It does look cool. It's just, that's it. That's all it's got going for it. Its edge retention was trash. They did a terrible heat treat on that. It's no wonder it's discontinued. But for something to do. I'll show you guys how to maintenance stuff like this. If that's something you're interested in, stick around. I'll just be taking this thing apart. But yeah, large pivots with the cool designs. It would be nice if the rest of the knife was good too. Let's take these ones out. Holy crap. I guess I'm not taking this one apart. See, if I can't put something back together, I'm not going to take it apart. Oh no. I dropped the pivot collar. Whatever shall I do? Now, for anybody that might ask, and you may not notice it until I say it, I forgot what I was going to say. Damn. I'm getting way too old for this. News, huh? Just a sec, there's some stuff going on. I gotta read that. Oh. Yep, it's a cool looking design. I wish I could recommend it. It's great for people with medium to small hands. But the edge didn't last 3 minutes of carving wood. And it was a soft wood too, so it's really pathetic how bad this thing is. This thing has better edge retention, and this isn't even a real knife steel. But yeah, that one's probably my biggest regret. Now this, on the other hand, I don't regret buying this at all. And I'll show you guys what I mean. These are going to be in the description of a video that's coming out on the 7th. So this right here is a pocket clip made out of titanium. And I had it tested. It is titanium. It's 97% titanium. Now what's cool about this is for all those knives that you might have that don't have a pocket clip, you just stick a lanyard on it with that thing on it, and it has a pocket clip now. I can't tell you how much that's made me appreciate some of the other knives that I couldn't carry, or I could carry them, but they always slide into the bottom of my pocket when I do that. And it's just super annoying reaching under my keys, my wallet, anything that's in my pocket, when I could just grab that and pull it off the side of my pocket. It's super convenient. It's easy to put back in when you're sitting down, as long as you're not wearing jeans. Highly recommend this thing. I've never tried these on jeans yet. I'd appreciate if somebody could, but I understand these things are kind of spendy. Each of these is $9, unless you buy them for a 3-pack is like 16. But yeah, it was good. Oh yeah, that clip goes all the way in your pocket, the whole thing. It's so nice. And I did that to this one too. This is what I carried last week. This is the Gin Vaquero. This is the knife that the video is coming out on the 7th. I retook that video 4 times, I think. Now, I do want to talk about some glaring problems with this thing before that video comes out. It's a decent knife, for people with small to medium size hands. And small to medium, I'm talking about glove size. If small or medium gloves fit you, this knife will be a decent knife for you. However, if you wear large gloves or extra large gloves, this knife won't work very well for you. My dad wears large gloves, and I had him try and open this thing. And every time he pushes down on this spot to open it, his finger slips off. Now, this is what I was going to bring up earlier. I cut all my fingernails except for my thumbnail this week because carrying this thumbnail has to be long enough to stick it in there, and it just barely fits right now. I couldn't open it one-handed as quickly as I wanted to, but these are the little sacrifices that I make to try and carry something in a way that I would enjoy it. I also added the pocket clip to this one. That made it at least twice as nice as it was. Because it doesn't come with a pocket clip. They're working on that, I know, but these are the things that they're little creature comforts that are nice to see that you don't always see. And it sucks when you don't see them. Overall, this thing was a decent carry. It's super easy to maintain. However, one thing to keep in mind is you need to watch out for where that stop pin goes. Dude, my first Swiss Army knife, I know this comment came in a little while ago. I didn't really read the whole thing, though. My Swiss Army knife, this one right here, I got when I was like 8. And I got it because I broke my first knife, and that's my second knife. And it's treated me well all the years that I've owned it. The guy that gave it to me passed away a couple years ago, I think. I don't remember when. I'm not great at remembering things. Not my strong suit. So yeah, the stop pin is right here. This will just fall right out. But yeah, I'm taking this whole thing apart. We are going to oil it and then put it back together. There we go. Go ahead and clean out everything. Yep. So another nice thing about this knife, I'm doing all right. It's been a decent day. Haven't had a whole lot of things going on. This knife came with a microfiber. And it's really nice because this knife is super reflective. So we're not going to use the oil that they sent with this thing because I threw that away because it was leaking. And they're working on a fix for that too. Anytime that you buy one of these knives, it will come with a little dripper bottle, and that bottle will leak while it's being shipped. So that stuff goes everywhere. But yeah, we're going to clean this off real quick on both sides. Now this is just mineral oil. You can buy this at any drugstore. This is a quart. Yeah, there you go. And I got that quart for like 15 bucks. And it takes you forever to go through this stuff. So we're going to go ahead and remove the caged bearing right here. This whole thing's magnetized. I wonder what's up with that. Remove the bearing with some tweezers real quick. Put oil right here and there. And on the inside of the bearings, stick the bearing back in. Okay. Next, we will This is looking all right. I'm not going to worry too much about that. But this lanyard that they send with it does slowly come apart. Stuff like it's kind of annoying watching it happen. But the soft side slowly comes apart and leaves pieces of it everywhere inside of this thing. Let's go ahead and put this back on. There we go. Flip this back over. Flip that over. Tweezers. Stick that on there. Okay. Now for the blade. Okay. And then the stop. No, we won't do the stop pin yet. Push this down. It won't stay. Oh well. Oil. Now, mineral oil is food safe. That is why I use it. I also use it on all my carbon steel knives to keep them from rusting. It helps quite a bit. Now for the stop pin. There we go. Now for this side. Okay. Get this right here. Now this thing is $43 on Amazon. $42.99. It is not my most highly recommended knife. It is decent though. As long as you have small or medium size hands, and when I say that, I'm referring to glove size. Okay, we will stick this back on. And I'm sorry if I sound like crap. I feel like crap too. But I'm bored, so I'm doing a stream. Okay, and then the last thing that we do is get this thing centered. There we go. And blade centering is something that I'm picky about. I enjoy my knives being as perfect as they can be. And there we go. Nice and smooth. Go ahead and wipe off the blade so that it doesn't have any fingerprints, because that beautiful mirror polish that they did really deserves to show. This is a VG10 core Damascus. The VG10 is supposed to be sitting at 60 HRC, which is a very respectable hardness. I would be more than happy to have a knife at 60 HRC. There you go. Now, just for everybody to know, they sent this to me. I did not buy this, but I'm not going to tell you guys to buy anything that I wouldn't buy. I'd suggest waiting to see if they come out with something similar with more of a fidget factor. Make it easier to open it and stuff like that. But yeah, it's a decent knife overall. This whole setup, including the pocket clip, if you just buy one, is going to be $43.50, $52 after everything's said and done. Not bad. And you get free tools with it too. So yeah, now we will move on to, what should I take apart next? No, I don't have anything at the table to take apart at the moment. We'll figure something out. Like maybe this. Yeah, that knife is not built for hard use. It's like a, hey, look at this super nice looking knife I have type deal. I personally don't like. Damn, I guess I can't take this one apart. I don't like bearings. I prefer phosphor bronze washers because they take less maintenance and they are more smooth. Oh yeah, I can't stand fiberglass. It is one of my least favorite materials. I've done a little bit of work around it with body stuff. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. I'm going to see if I can find another knife real quick to take apart. Like maybe this one. I do not speak very much Spanish, no. I know how to say that, and I understand what it means, but it's not something that I learned a whole lot of. Let's see, where's my grease at? Because if I'm going to take this one apart. Dang. I'm missing a lot of my stuff at the table right now. Um, Let me get another knife. I've got so many knives. I can figure something out to take one apart. Or if you guys want, I can show you guys what's wrong with this one. So tell me, would you rather me take this one apart or another one that's sitting over there somewhere else? And people say that one. Yeah, ZT makes good stuff. This one is a little older and it's been quite heavily abused. It is kind of ugly, but overall, it would be a decent knife if it didn't have the problems that this specific one has. I asked if they could do anything for me to try and fix it because they don't have parts for it. They said the best they could do is have me send it in, and if it has any manufacturer defects, they'll give me a credit for how much the MSRP on this knife was. And that's the worst part is the MSRP for this knife back when it came out was $175. These things, okay, 175 that's a lot of money, but it's an in-store credit type deal and it only works for MSRP of other knives. None of the knives on their website are $175 or less. Even the small ones run $232 on their sale price. The MSRP on the 0022 is like $280 or something. That's a little out of my wheelhouse. Oh yeah, I know, right? 175 is ridiculous. Well, I haven't seen the lips. I don't know what that looks like. Actually, let me go grab a tablet real quick and I'll look it up. Let's see here. I kind of like the magnets. The only downside I've found with the magnets is they magnetize the blade and stuff sticks to that. So let's see. What does that one look like? Oh, the Eclipse. Well, I'm already taking this thing apart, but this is what we're looking at. Honestly, I'd probably go for this thing. I like the blade shape on these ones. That Warncliffe just, I'd love to carry that. What handle materials do they come in? How much are you looking to spend? Because right now I'm really liking this bronze titanium, the bronze titanium scales. They look amazing. Yeah, if you can find one of these in bronze titanium, go for it, dude. Or any color that you like, honestly. The knife I'm currently saving up for, well, I'm saving up for a lot, but you may not have heard of these ones. Sandrin Knives makes their blades out of, what's it called? What are they called? Tungsten carbide. And so they don't use steel, and it's a lot, well, it's relatively more brittle than steel. But yeah, it's a really cool deal. And they use the Snex lock. They call it the recoil lock, but Snex came up with it, so I'm just going to call it that. So what's wrong with this one? One of the few things that's wrong with it is this spring right here has been crushed over the years. Yes, it's similar to the Shark Lock, but on theirs it's a lot smaller. So yeah, this thing's worn down over the years and needs replaced, and they don't have that part in stock, and they don't make any more because this knife was discontinued. And I need to find something that isn't magnetized. The other problem with this is I can't fit the second spring onto this. This knife is supposed to come with 2 springs. It is spring assisted. One spring, which is right here on the bottom, feeds right into the knife, or right into the blade. Let's go ahead and, this was fun trying to do it for the first time. So yeah, here, let me show you what the knife one of the knives I'm saving up for is the Sandrin Torino. Oh, these springs are huge, dude. Oh, you meant that one. Yeah, this spring is massive. It's a coil spring. I think that's the largest spring on a spring-assisted knife that I've ever seen. And I had to custom bend it to fit in here because when I ordered new ones, they came flat and they aren't supposed to be flat. But yeah, let's look up the Sandrin Torino carbon. So the one I'm saving up for is 300. You can't get it for any cheaper. Even this is ridiculous because on eBay they sell for more than they sell for straight from factory. Old tablets, gotta love them. Yeah, there's 35 of these in stock. Of course, It's going to start loading, but then it won't load. Well, there we go. It is a great looking knife. It's not for everybody. But yeah, that's the one that I'm saving up for. Mostly because I want to try that blade material out. Now let's get back to putting this thing back together. I think this is one of the biggest pain in the butts to put back together. Pains in the... You get what I mean. But yeah, the fact that they don't use steel is pretty unique. Other than whatever that one company that uses dendritic cobalt instead of steel. I think they're about the only people that don't use steel. All right, come on. Oh, okay. Guess I'm going with the easy one. There we go. And the second spring is supposed to go on top. So the tungsten carbide is supposed to have higher edge retention than, or similar edge retention to Rex 121. So its edge retention is supposed to match that of the highest edge retention steel. Oh, my Grail knife. I didn't see that. I've only got one Grail knife. Technically, it's what other people would call that, but this one right here. This is a Kershaw Junkyard Dog 2 in titanium and SG2. There are 1,000 of these. They were made in 07 and 08. This one was made in 2007. It's really, really nice. I just don't carry it. K390, I've been wanting something in that, but one of the only companies that uses it is Spyderco, and Spyderco has a lot of overpriced stuff. Oh, yep. I gotta stick this in first. There we go. Okay. Stick this back together. We will go back with this screw first. The Police 4 is just huge. I can't stand carrying something that's 4.3 inches long. Don't get me wrong, I can legally carry it. It's just too big. The perfect blade length for me is 2.5 to 3.5 inches. All the knives that I design are 2.5 to 3.5 inches. I enjoy, sometimes if it fits right, I enjoy a 4-inch blade. Like that Junkyard Dog 2 is super comfortable. I do wish they didn't stop making it, but what are you gonna do? Finding them on eBay, they're ridiculously overpriced too. So the problem with this, it's got blade play. And that's this lock that it's worn down, and they don't have that lock anymore, which is the only reason why I can't get this thing fixed up to the way it was. I'll probably try and sell it for like 200 on the ZT groups or something, but I don't know. Like this one I wouldn't mind carrying. It fits right, but it's just got too many problems that I can't fix. I can see, well, still, why do you need almost 4.5 inches of blade? I don't know what you do for a living. I'm just curious. 4.5 inches is a long blade. What else should I take apart? Because, oh, nope. I'll just set some knives out for when I'm looking through my stuff. Dude, I would love to be able to get another one of those parts. And the fact that it's round, that would be awesome. But I'm going to try and get rid of it for like 200. Maybe I'll be able to buy that 3D printer that I need. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that I need before I get that Grail knife. I'll be back in a minute. Gonna look for something to take apart. They do have shorter blades. I need to get something in 1095. I really want to get one of them rainbow patinas going on one of those. I love how that looks. But yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. What else can I take apart? I can see how thick or wide straps and stuff would make sense. That adds up. But yeah, let's get maybe something that's easy to do maintenance on. Or something a lot of people own. What knife is it? OTFs aren't really my thing, but I might be able to help with some ideas. Yeah, straps, serrated knives are really good for, but I don't really ever cut straps. If you're not prying with your knife, I don't want to tell you to spend $300 that you don't need to spend. But yeah, we're going to take apart an M16. These are extremely easy to maintenance. They are good knives. Yeah, if you can find the name of that OTF, I'll see what I can tell you about it. But so one thing about these M16s is they come with O-rings. Be sure not to rip them, because I personally don't want to order that part. And I doubt anybody else does either. A big OTF. Oh, big name? Let me think. Well, I'll tell you some ones that I remember that are known for not locking up very well or consistently. I'm going to start with Microtech. Microtech, they have issues with locking up because the tolerances of those knives. Oh, you can order these parts free from the website. It's just kind of annoying and you got to wait for shipping. Yeah, I got this thing for like 20 bucks at a pawn shop before that pawn shop liked me. Nowadays I could probably get it for 15. So yeah, that's it all taken apart. There's not all that many parts on this one. So while putting it back together, we're going to start with, I'm going to take the pocket clip off so that it sits flat. And that's not the right one. There we go. I've honestly had some trouble with Kershaw. They really suck at getting back to you on emails. And when you order parts, they don't tell you that they're coming. They just send them and then you don't know when to expect them. They just kind of show up a week and a half later. Same thing with ZT. If you order parts, they will not email you unless there's a problem. And I kind of wish they'd just email me to say, hey, your parts are coming in. Expect them. Blah, 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 blah. But they deal with so many people, I doubt they can do that. I'm almost willing to bet money that it's something they could automate, but they're just not going to do it. I do have a few US made Kershaws. Where did my tweezers go? There they are. Oil first. Again, for everybody that's new here, this is mineral oil. It is food safe. That is why I use it. It is also extremely cheap. You can get it at any drugstore. Funny enough, it's going to be in the laxative section. So it's food safe. Just don't drink a ton of it, please. You will regret that later. That is fair warning. Anyway, back to putting the blade on. Yeah, I don't mind. I enjoy it when companies come out with... There's no stop pin on this knife. That's interesting. Oh, these. Okay, never mind. So, I didn't know that it was usable for hydraulic stuff, but I don't do that kind of stuff, so. The Redemption is, just so you know, it is way bigger than it looks in pictures. Like, way bigger. I held the Redemption for the first time at a store not too long ago, and it's like this big. It is huge. It has like a 4-inch blade. The thing is massive. So if you have large to extra large size hands, it might be good for you. But to use that axis lock thing that it has, I can't fit the way that I do the axis lock is I press it against my palm right here and then pull and do that. I can't do that with larger knives. I think 3.5 inches is the longest one that I can do it on, and it doesn't work quite well. There's that. Let's go ahead and close. No, we're not. We're going to do this first. This is probably like my second time taking this knife apart. If you like taking things apart, or you want to get into something like watchmaking, do knives first. Because if you don't like taking knives apart, you're not going to like taking watches apart. No, tolerances, the reason why I bring that up is because when they build them, they build them almost perfect every single time, but they don't have any room for stuff like dust. And when dust gets in there, it screws everything up. If you get any pocket lint in there or something like that, you're going to have trouble with it. I didn't even need the T8 for this. It's a freaking flathead. Oh, sometimes they weird me out. So yeah, tolerances aren't really something you can mess with. It's just, it's either really tight or it's not. There we go. Now we will go for the pocket clip on the right hand tip up. There we go. Yeah, I set my parts apart from each other because I like to put them in the same spot that they came in. And I got interested in watchmaking a while back, but I don't have small enough tools to do it. Ooh, let's not strip that. I've got a watch that needs taken apart and cleaned. It needs work, but I don't have the right tools to do it. There we go. Okay. That's an interesting way of doing it. I mean, I've got this set and it's got some smaller stuff in here, but like this. The biggest problem that I have is I don't have a parts cleaner and I don't have oil for this specific use. They do use specialized stuff and I don't have any of that. So yeah, that's how you do maintenance on an M16. Great knife if you have medium, large hands. Let's find... Ooh. This is one of my favorite knives. I love it because it's cheap. This is a CRKT Pete. Part number is 5390. Yeah, I can do it right. Give me a sec. There we go. But yeah, you can reverse flick this one with medium, small hands. Great knife for... I got this thing for 14 bucks. And when they go on sale at Blade HQ, they're 14. When they're not on sale, they're 19. I'm going to say it's worth it if you can get it for 14. And I'd probably say it's still worth it at 19. It's a good knife. I've enjoyed carrying it. I probably carried that thing for 2 months straight, and then I lost it under a rocking chair. And the rocking chair was rubbing against the scales like the whole time that it was under there. And where's that? Yeah. That little line is the only thing that was left behind from the rocking chair, which was on top of it the entire time for like a month. Great knife. I didn't expect FRN to hold up that well, but it's great. So take this thing apart. We're going to start off with a pocket clip. Now the only downside's the blade steel. It's 8CR, which is still decent, especially for the price. But that's not the big deal about this thing. It's a Voxnez design, and he designed some of the nicest stuff that I've ever carried. This thing is a dream. This one's 200. This one's 15 or 14 or whatever. He makes stuff at every price range. It's great. Or designs stuff at every price range. So next we will move on to taking this out. I don't think I've ever taken this one apart, so let me guess. The screw's spinning on the other side. Yep, it is. Guess I'm not taking it apart. I don't have a second tool, do I? I do. T6. I forgot that I had a second tool. Now that now that Jen sent me that knife, I have a second T6. All right. Come on now. The disappointment that's going on in my head right now is undescribable. I'll breathe when I want to, thank you very much. I guess we're taking this side off, which is not what I normally go for. I go for the show side instead of the back side. Personal preference. All right. And the wrong side came off. Oh, wait a second. Is this going to be one of those? It might be one of those ones where it's got barrel spacers in here. Yeah, I don't think I've ever taken this one apart, so... Maybe. It does. Sweet. So barrel spacers, nested liners. Yeah, I had no clue. And it needs cleaned. This doesn't need cleaned too bad, but let's go ahead and move all this stuff out of the way. Take the whole thing apart, because I don't mind. Oh yeah, that's a lot dirtier than I thought it was. So we're going to do this properly and take the whole thing apart. You know, I didn't expect a lot of people to be enjoying me taking knives apart. That ain't gonna happen. Okay. We'll just use a microfiber then. There we go. Move off of this side and go to the other side. Now I normally use a Q-tip with isopropyl alcohol on it. And I'll probably still do that anyway because there's a little bit of a sheen on there that I don't like seeing. Okay. Now I use 70% isopropyl alcohol instead of 90. I can't get 90% at my local dollar store. So if I could, I'd go for the 90, but this stuff dries just as fast anyway, so what are you going to do? Then we clean in here. There we go. I did not expect it to do that. Okay then. Clean out this hole right here. Okay. Now the other side, this hole was the one that had this one had some dust in it. We'll go with isopropyl alcohol on this end too. Now I think I got those little dripper bottles at, where did I get those? I know I got them in Salt Lake while I was down there. And I feel sorry for all the people that live down there because I can't imagine trying to get used to the roads down there. I did not enjoy it. Not a good time. Go ahead and clean this off a little bit. Wipe this down. There we go. Okay. Next we will clean the blade. Take this other washer off. Yeah, that's about the dirtiest knife I own. That's what happens when you don't clean it and you've owned it for 2 years. There's a burr right there. Yep, that'll cut you if you don't pay attention to that. Go ahead and clean off the whole flat spot. Then we will go back to putting it together. Sweet. I clean my knives about... How often do I clean my knives? I don't know. I don't remember. I clean them pretty often though. I've done 3 videos on it. It's a great knife for the price. I highly recommend that thing. If you don't have one and you can get one, get it. Don't buy it on, like, what's it called? Don't buy it on secondary things. Okay, well, I don't clean mine with compressed air. You know how many knives I've sent flying doing that? Like, I'm holding it slightly too loose, and the air compressor's got like 200 psi behind it, and it just sends my knife flying. It's kind of funny to watch. Don't get me wrong, I get that, but oh, that was so annoying. Oh, forgot to clean the backspacer. You know, this thing was a nice, clean, bright green when I got it. Go ahead and stick the backspacer back in. We'll stick the blade back in after oiling it. These were at a hobby store. I found something similar on Amazon that I really want. It's like a pen size. And I need to test those things out before I recommend them or anything. But something that I looked at, I was just curious because I looked them up on the browser on like Google Chrome, and they were $5 for two of them. And then when I looked them up on the Amazon app, they're $10 for two of them. So they're really ripping people off when people have phones only. Super disappointed. I don't know how they changed the price though. It's the same exact listing. But yeah, that's now I just recommend that everybody look at things on their browser as well as on the app. If you can open the browser, that's the problem. Trying to open an Amazon link in your browser sucks. Don't forget the stop pin. I'll show you guys what happens when you forget the stop pin. This is actually kind of entertaining. But yeah, we just won't put that in right now. We'll go ahead and leave that out. Put this thing back together. There we go. Boom. I can't tell you how quickly I would throw that thing away. I got my Leatherman Wave Plus for $30, okay? I would throw that thing away so fast. Now, just as a reminder, the stop pin is out on purpose. I wanted to show you guys this because it's actually pretty entertaining. This is why you don't forget the stop pin. We're just going to stick one of these screws kind of halfway in there. Okay, so this is what happens when you forget the stop pin. It doesn't stop, so it just keeps going. How do you like that? That's what the stop pin does. It stops the blade from moving. So yeah, we're going to take this thing back apart. Oh, it just smacked the backspacer. Oh well. Now that was just an easy demonstration to do. This is why you pay attention and make sure there are no parts left on the table when you're done. Get that orange one. If you can find that orange Walmart knife, it just came out like a month and a half ago or something. It's what everybody's going on about right now. Highly recommend that thing. They do have some quality control problems, so do keep that in mind. You may get a bad one. Just bring it back, or I don't know, maybe no, don't snap the blade. Just bring it back and they'll take it back and you can get another one. Walmart's return policy is pretty good. I don't go to Walmart all the time. I don't particularly like Walmart, but their return policy is one that I wish a lot of other stores had. There we go. Now we'll stick the pivot screw back in. Okay, then we will stick these screws back in and then we will be done, other than the pocket clip. But yeah, the orange one I've done three videos on. One video about my first impressions, one video of a 1 week review because I carried it for a week. And then the other video was me telling people why that knife went viral. The first impressions video got 6,000 views, which is my highest performing video up to this point. The 1 week review got like 300 views or something, which is still pretty good for me, but not as good as the other ones. And then the why is this going viral video, I think it's up to like 3K now. Oh, don't pull that out. I didn't pay for the shipping. I hate paying for shipping. I'll add something just to make it so that shipping's free. Okay. There's your CRKT Pete, but back together. It needs broken in again. I had that thing broken in beautifully. It was smooth. But yeah, great knife. Highly recommended. This is that Walmart knife I was talking about. You'd think this thing was assisted. I mean, it just rockets out of there. But yeah, this is about as long of an axis lock knife that I can deal with without having problems of pushing it against my palm right here. Highly recommend this thing as well. I'd pick this thing over this thing, but this thing's a great knife and it's made by one of my favorite designers, or designed by one of my favorite designers. He's really good at what he does. He also designed these two. That one and this one. So these are all the knives that I own that this guy designed. His name is Jesper Voxnes. I think he's Dutch. I don't remember. But yeah. Wide variety of price ranges. This one is 30. This one's 32, 14, and 200. So if you can't afford one of his higher end designs, go to CRKT and get one of the less expensive versions, because honestly, these two are almost the same knife. I was pretty close to having one of those shipped though. I had it in my cart and was about to ship it until I thought, well, why don't I just check and make sure they don't have it at my local Walmart? And they did, so I went and got one. I checked if they had them online. They didn't have them online at my store, but they did have them. How you doing, Maxilla? We're gonna move on to sharpening a knife that I have trouble getting sharp. It is. I recommend going to, after the stream or something, going over to Arkansas EDC and watching his testing on it. He broke it, and it took a lot more abuse than I expected it to. I fully expected that thing to snap with all the kind of bending that he was doing. It blew my mind. I've also never seen D2 do that good. The CEO's a little small for me. Why, like width-wise, I can't fit it in my hand properly. And I wouldn't mind having a tuna. I just can't afford it right now. It's a little bit too much. If I can get one used for a decent price, then I'll definitely try and get one though. They do decent stuff though. They do make decent stuff. I wish that they'd start using other blade steels more often. Because you're buying knives that are like $60 with 8CR steel instead of, even a small upgrade to D2. Sure, it's not as stainless, but holy crap. The edge retention on D2 compared to 8CR, it's almost double. Why is it? Huh. This thing's got blade play. Wonder when that happened. Well, let's try and tighten this and hopefully that goes well. T8. Another T8. Okay, so I saw that thing and I wanted one, but something to keep in mind is a lot of these pocket knives, like this one's a flat grind, it's at a completely different angle than any of those kitchen knives that they test this thing on. You're not going to get the angle that magnet thing says you're going to get. So that's going to be a problem with it. I've seen people do reviews on it, and Outdoors 55 tested it for a while. What he ended up doing was it wore it out after like 8 or 9 knives or something. So I wouldn't recommend it. Yes, I see you. Blade play is still there. I wonder why that is. Dude, you're just gonna get muted at this point. You keep taking up the whole chat. It's not fun. We're gonna take this thing apart and find out why it's got blade play. Well, it is a common degree for a pocket knife. It's just that problem of, as I said earlier, it's a set angle, and that set angle doesn't sit right with every knife. Like it wouldn't work with this knife. It wouldn't work with my Para 3. There's just a lot of these knives with flat grinds that it wouldn't work on. Especially if it's a concave or convex. Like this one isn't convex, but this one's another flat grind. It just wouldn't work. It's a set angle. I don't think that there's a lot of those sharpeners where you're better off just doing it yourself. Just practicing with a stone or a diamond plate. I've never been able to take this one apart either. It's my first time having 2 tools to use, so. Exactly. The diamond's wearing off. Outdoors 55 had that happen to him, and it's just really disappointing. But that's what you get. I mean, here's the way I look at it. Oh, God, that thing's tight. Let's break this one if I'm going to break one. There we go. He had that happen to him after not that many knives, and it's just super disappointing to see. Where was I going with that? You get what you pay for type deal. You're paying for something so that you don't have to learn how to do something. Bang for your buck. Go on to. Well, I'm just going to send you away from the stream real quick. Go over to the search bar on YouTube and look up Outdoors 55. And he will tell you. I don't remember what the name of the stones or the diamond plates are that he uses. And I'm looking into getting one of those. But he's like the YouTube resident knife sharpener other than Jared at Neves Knives. And I don't really enjoy Jared's content because there's something about him where he's got a kind of condescending tone that I don't like. Holy crap. I think that is the single tightest screw I've ever undone on a knife. Yeah, no problem. I prefer to try and keep people in the stream, but I'm not the person to give you answers to questions that you're asking. Okay. So why does it have blade play? Does it have skiff bearings? No. Well, let's clean it up while we're here. We'll use Q-tip. Needs more alcohol. There we go. He does really good explanations on how things work. And he's got that teacher voice where there's not too much confidence behind it, which is what I find with Jared's stuff is that confidence is really off-putting to someone like me, where somebody sounds like they know everything, even though he kind of does. I don't enjoy it when people talk like that. Don't get me wrong, I wish the best for the guy, but it's just not the kind of person that I want trying to teach me how to sharpen something. How you doing, Ziggy? There we go. Holy crap, that thing's dirty. Okay. It's a good looking knife blade. Yeah, I just don't find it beneficial to me. I don't know everything, right? Sure, knives are a hobby, but well, good for you because I can't afford that stuff. I haven't seen a ZT 350 or 450, I don't think. I really want the 350, but let me look up what the 450 is real quick. Let's see here. 450 CF. On the slowest tablet ever. Oh, I wouldn't mind having that. Looks nice. Sinkovich design. He designs good stuff too. That's a good looking knife. Honestly, these don't look all that different. Give me a sec. Is that one, is the 450 on bearings? I think that's about as clean as it needs to be. We'll go ahead and start oiling this thing. Drop right there, and I drop right there. And 2 on this one as well. Okay. Now for some knives, if you have a problem with these, sometimes it gets a little gritty. Yeah, I'm going to put this thing back together and then I'm going to look at them side by side. I was going to take a little longer to clean it, but it doesn't really need it all that bad. Okay. Stick the stop pin back in. Put the blade on. There we go. A little more oil on this. Oh, I have seen one of those. There was 2 of them at a pawn shop earlier this year. They wanted like $250 for them, and I don't have $250 knife kind of money, so I didn't get them. There we go. T8. First, we will work on centering in a minute. I need to worry about getting all these screws in here first, though. Nope. Ooh, let's not drop that. Well, how'd you break that? Were you prying or something? Because if you didn't know, I recommend not prying with your knives. Buy a pry bar. What is going on here? Is T6? It is. Yeah, buy a pry bar. I've got a Flytanium fly bar. It's a PVD coated black titanium pry bar. Highly recommend that thing. $15 for a solid titanium pry bar. Holy crap. There we go. Next, we will stick this screw right here. So I've got that pry bar I keep on my keys. And when I bought it, I thought for sure I'm never going to use this thing. It's just kind of cool to have a piece of titanium in my wallet or in my pocket. I use the crap out of that thing. Not all the time, but when I do need something or I do need to pry on something, I have it. And it blows my mind the fact that I've used it like 40 times. I didn't expect to use that thing at all. So the fact that I did use it made it worth it anyway. And I don't do any prying or any screwdriving or anything with my knives because I don't have the kind of money to replace them. And if I can't replace something, I'm not going to use it for something it isn't supposed to be used for. But what I don't understand is if you had a Leatherman, why didn't you just use the screwdriver on the Leatherman? Oh yeah, that is loose. Oh no. I dropped a tool. Whatever shall I do? It also comes in red carbon fiber too. The one I saw was red. I don't know where they got the red one, but that's the one that was at the pawn shop. Well, keep using it. The 450 blades are, give me a sec, $40 to replace it, plus shipping. I'd say that's centered. Dude, I hate messing with screwdrivers so much. It's also why I hate messing with dull knives, is because you put too much pressure on something and you're always going to stab yourself. Oh, so I'll show you how to do it actually. You have to send it in for them to do it. But yeah, a lot of people don't know this, and it's kind of sad. You know how your knife comes with a lifetime warranty or whatever? Let's go here and look up Kershaw warranty. So yeah, we'll go here and look up Kershaw warranty. Oh, well yeah, that's a little far. Why is this so dirty? But I'll show you how to do it anyway in case you want to. Plus, there's 23 other people in the stream who I'm sure wouldn't mind learning something new today. Let's go top one here, warranty service. Let it load. Then you're going to scroll down. Scroll. Okay, come on, stop showing me ads. So request warranty, you do warranty claim right here. Or if you need parts, they kind of hide that from you. So here's the warranty service thing that you fill out right here. And then below that, if you need parts, it's just this little bar right here that says parts request form. Then you tap that. It'll load eventually. Well, you tap that and then you fill it out. Oh, there we go. So yeah, you do your first name, last name, address, and everything else. And then you do your product. Let's say, no, I don't want to make my experience better. Screw off. Let's do, yeah, they want you to buy a new knife. They don't want you getting your parts replaced. And that's why I don't mess with dual knives either. So let's get out this. This is my Kershaw leak that I broke the tip off of. Let's say that the spring doesn't work as well as it used to, and I did not cut myself. Okay, cool. This is one of my sharpest knives. So this is a 1660. So you'll go in here and do 1 6 6 0 right here. And then it'll show up with parts that you can order. And this thing needs, let's say that it needs the spring. So for the spring, you would need the torsion bar is what that's called. So yeah, then you describe what's going on. Then you say, or then you scroll down to submit form, and then you submit the form. And there you go. Yes, the ZT website's the exact same. And actually, let's see if it'll show up here. I don't know if they do it on the same page. 450. Nope, they don't do it on this. So if your knife doesn't show up, you click Misker part right here. And then in here, be sure to put what knife you need parts replaced on. You can't order blades. They won't let you do that, but you can send it in to have a blade replaced. The blade replacement is $40. Everything that you see right here is free. And I don't know if they do free shipping outside of the US. Haven't tested that yet because I live in the US, so yeah. There's some information for you guys. Now you guys know how that all works. Now let's see. Where were we going with this? Oh, I'm going to continue sharpening this thing. Now, knives on bearings, sometimes they'll feel a little bit gritty, but then you'll take it apart, clean it, put it back together, and then it still feels gritty. Now, I want you guys to try something the next time that happens or something like that. You're going to open this. Oh yeah, you could rebuild a knife. Pretty much. I don't think that you can buy scales from them though. But yeah, you'll open this part way so that the lock bar isn't engaged. And then you'll grab a little bit of oil. And in here, there is a little ball bearing that is pressed in, and you can see it right there. That little ball bearing rides on the blade. And that's what keeps this thing moving smooth. When it feels gritty, there's something stuck on that ball bearing that needs cleaned off. Or you just reach in there with your little oil thing and put a drop of oil right on it. And then when you close it, it'll be even smoother than it was. I highly recommend doing this whether you need it or not. It makes it so much smoother. It takes way less effort to open. Super nice. I don't use Loctite on any of my knives. I can't afford it. I know it's kind of cheap, but I just can't afford to spend money on stuff that I don't need, other than feeding the YouTube channel. But yeah, you don't need it. Everybody that says that you do, you don't. If you're going to choose some, use the blue Loctite, not the red stuff. The red stuff is supposed to be permanent. The blue stuff is supposed to be for stuff that you need to take apart later down the line for something like maintenance. But yeah, I don't do any of that. And the detent doesn't matter to me. The detent's perfect the way it is. What does matter to me is the blade centered. If the blade isn't centered, it bothers the hell out of me. But this one's centered, so I don't mind. There are a lot of people that use Loctite though, and I don't. There's no point for me. My knives don't come apart unless I take them apart. I'm sure if I started taking them apart more often, then maybe I'd use it. but I don't. Okay. So how's the blade centering looking? Because blade centering will tell you if the whole knife is loosening up. One thing I might recommend, is it spring assisted? Is the knife that you're talking about spring assisted? Okay. Have you tried tightening? So, on some of these knives, have you tried tightening this screw? The screw that's closest to this. We'll see you later, Michael. Okay, so yeah. Then for something like that, pick up some blue Loctite, and when you put the Loctite on, just do like a drop on one side of the screw. That's all it needs. It doesn't need anything more than that. Put it back to perfectly centered the way that you like it. Flip it open and closed. Make sure that it works. Double check that it's still centered. And then put it down and leave it there for 2 days. Don't touch it at all. That way you can let the Loctite dry and then it should stick to where you want it to. But all you need is one drop. You don't need anything more than that, or else it gets too hard to open for no reason. Oh. Didn't know people could see that. Now is this thing sharp or... Sharp in some spots. We will continue. Well, then, if you already have some that's blue, then yeah. That way you don't have to buy it. I didn't know that guns were legal in India. Shows you what I know about other countries' laws, doesn't it? Let me check. I've never seen what the green one does. Because the red one's permanent, the blue one's temporary. What is green? Green, yes. What is green Loctite? Recommended for pre-assembled fasteners, electrical connectors, and set screws. So yeah, that would work. Green stuff should work just fine. I go to a pawn shop today, but they're all closed on Sundays. Yep, if you ever see me in stream or something, or you find one of my videos, tell me how it went. Hope it works well for you. Well, it will cut. It doesn't want to, though. I enjoy Civivi knives. I don't have very many of them, but the ones that I do have, I've enjoyed carrying. This is the Civivi Imperium in Damascus, and I don't really like micarta, but this one's treated me fairly well. My luck with micarta is it really dries out my skin, so yeah. It's a good looking knife, though. I carried it for a little bit. I do not have an Elementum yet. They are a little bit pricey. This is an Appalachian Drifter in S35VN. It doesn't lock. I do recommend the Elementum to people because everybody seems to like it, but I've never owned one. I've yet to even hold one, honestly. But yeah, I think those two are the only Civivis that I own. I got my dad a mini Praxis for Father's Day. He likes it. That mini Praxis I bought to replace this. And this one was the top budget knife, but I decided he needed a little bit better than that. I have one OTF. I don't have any more than one. This one's pretty much trash. It is fun to mess around with, though. Just don't stick your hand in front of it. $135 or something like that. I've got a lot. And for anyone curious, this doesn't have anything special on it. It's just a piece of leather. There's no sharpening compound or any, it's literally just a piece of leather. I remember when I hit like the 50 mark, I'm like, this is going to be a problem now. I'm going to be buying these all the time. And it is the reason I am broke. I've been thinking about selling them on eBay and stuff. I don't have a whole lot that I want to sell, but the ones I do want to sell should be worth a decent amount. Then maybe I could get stuff I actually want. Oh, that's sharp enough for me right there. Let's see here. I don't have anything else I can take apart. Everything else is, I do not have any slingshots, no. Seems like something I'd get in trouble with. Holy crap. I think this one's one of those ones where I'd use Loctite on it. Because I have a certain way. Knives get you into a deep hole too, dude. You will be broke. No money. Cars are the same way too. If you ever get into cars, well, we're going to take this pocket clip off and shave it down just a little bit. You have 12 cars or 12 knives. That's a big difference there. Okay. You say, then that deep hole is going to be deeper than I think it is. If you've got 12 cars. Here in a bit, we'll take apart another knife. Maybe people might want to stick around and watch that. There we go. This is a Buck 715. I don't know what the model name for this one is. I bought this at a pawn shop for like $5 because it doesn't have a pocket clip that works. So, yeah. Not a bad knife for something like skinning. Let's take this one apart. Dude, I thought gas station knives were the shit back when I got into this stuff. It's like, this is the best knife that I've ever owned. Blah, 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 blah. And then, like, half a year later, it wasn't. Yeah, but why beat on a cheap knife when I could beat on an expensive knife and then feel bad about it? Alright, which one of you's coming undone? Neither of them. Alright, come on, you piece of crap. I care a lot about my knives, and when a scratch or something shows up, I feel terrible. That sucked. Now I remember why I hate taking these things apart. Specifically this knife. The big thing that makes you not worry about carrying it anymore is the first time you drop it. Because once you drop it, it it can't really get much worse than that. You know? There's some knives where I'm just not going to carry them because they're too much, or they don't make them anymore, or both. God, that's dirty. So this knife is my knife with the strongest. The detent on this thing is absolutely ridiculous. God, that thing's dirty. But yeah, all you need to do is just walk outside the store and then drop it. And then I'm not recommending this, but so my most expensive knife that I've spent full price on is the my Para 3. It's a great knife. Got this one for $184 before they upped the price. Now they're sitting at right around $200. Get over here. And then my most expensive knife on how much it's worth is this one that I showed earlier. These go for around $450. I use this. It's a diamond stone. You can get those for like $15 on Amazon. Dude, the breaking point on... Dang, it's not on me. Oh, give me a sec. I'll be right back. So this is my Tactile Knife Co. Beyer. It's spelled B-E-X-A-R, but it's pronounced Beyer. It's pronounced Beyer. So it's got MagnaCut blade steel and titanium scales. And when I was sharpening this thing, I slipped and it just left these gashes all over this thing. And at that point, I'm like, you know, there's no point babying this thing anymore. So now I carry this thing almost every day. It's a great knife. I'm glad it happened, but I just wish it didn't. For anyone curious what we're doing, we took this CRKT Pilar apart to clean it because I've owned this thing for a while and it's never been cleaned. It also has the strongest detent of any knife that I own, and I was hoping that cleaning it might fix that. What was that? There goes Google Photos reminding me that I took a picture 1 year ago. Speaking of pictures, if you're ever curious or if you ever want to see any of the knives that I take pictures of, I do have an Instagram. I believe I go by the same username as I do on here. I've got 51 followers on there. You don't have to follow me, but I do take some nice pictures if you want to look. Well, that's where you learn. I mean, we all start somewhere. God, why is this thing so dirty? And why does it feel like there's so many parts? All right, let's get everything out of the way and then... Okay. Yep. We all start somewhere, though. We all screw up at some point, and you learn from the mistake, hopefully. I just use a stone because you got to start. Here's the thing, right? You're not always going to have those nice angled sharpeners where they do the angle for you and everything, and you're just not. It doesn't hurt to know how to do things yourself. So I recommend everybody learn how to use a stone first, because if you ever need to fall back on skills, that's what you can fall back on. If you have no skills to fall back on, then you're kind of just left with a dull knife. And if you find a flat enough rock, honestly, you can just use a rock. That's a separate piece in there. Hmm. Haven't seen that before. Oh, that's a way of making this thing cheaper. Okay. I'd consider that clean for the most part. To clean bearings, what you do is you get a microfiber, you pick up the bearing, you put the bearing on the microfiber, you cover it, and then you just wipe it like that. Then you take it back off. I'll show you my least favorite in a minute. Or maybe I won't. My least favorite is an outdoor edge knife that you can buy at like Walmart or something. And I spent $35 on that knife, and you can replace the blades, but when I buy a knife, I don't expect to need to replace the blades. And I will never get rid of that knife, because when I started this channel, my first video was me ranting about how mad I was because that knife, the edge folded. It just folded like a piece of paper when I was cutting cardboard. Super disappointed. That was like the most disappointing knife I've ever owned. It's a 3.5-inch EDC knife. I think that's what the name of it was. But I appreciate the fact that that one pissed me off enough to start the channel. Because right now, well, this morning when I looked at my channel thing, I was sitting at 341 subscribers, or 441 subscribers. And the channel's been doing well. I appreciate everybody that shows up and decides that they like my ranting enough to follow me. I need to put stuff away. This sucks. And it blows my mind that all this started from a knife that folded on a piece of cardboard, like the edge was a piece of paper. And I was kind of hoping that it was going to grow faster than it has. But I don't know. It's not worth worrying about. I'm growing faster than a lot of people are, and I appreciate that. All right, come on. Tweezers it is. There we go. Okay. Today we're just... Actually, I've taken apart and cleaned like 3 knives on this stream. And I don't think I've ever seen one of those things. The Victorinox knives, I don't stay away from them, but it's not something that I've collected. I just have one. Everything in here. We'll go ahead and put a drop of oil on this thing before anything else. And a little more on this. And then on it goes. I think that's it. So we'll go ahead and stick the pivot screw in first. Dude, I watched Arkansas EDC's video on that Walmart knife last night. He beat the tar out of that thing. I thought it was just like a regular testing video. He broke it in a few spots, and I did not expect that at all. Come on, get in there, screw. Oh, are you talking about Victorinox blade steel? Victorinox doesn't use knife steel for their knives. They use... I don't remember the name of the steel. I figured it out not too long ago. If you just look it up, you can see. But yeah, you look up the steel that they use, and the whole point of their steel is so that it's stainless. They don't care about edge retention or anything else. It's just for it to be stainless, and that's all they care about. And don't get me wrong, their knives last forever because of how stainless they are. Why is it falling over? Now, the company I recommend buying knives from the most, let's see, I just thought about that. I wouldn't buy a Victorinox Damascus knife. You never know what the steel is going to be. Because the steel composition that the Damascus is made of matters. And I don't think people understand that. There's a reason I ask companies the questions that I do before I buy things. Like Civivi, I talked to them after I bought that Imperium, because I thought it was fake Damascus. Holy shit. Let's get this thing centered. Yeah, it's still one of the strongest detents that I've got. I hate this thing. Only because of the detent. It's comfortable. It's so comfortable, but that detent kills it. Well, we're going to put that one away because I'm already done with it. Now, what do we do next? Let's take apart the cheapest knife I own. Look at me pushing on a blade. Ooh. Yeah, this is the dullest knife that I own as well. I'm sure the serrations are still sharp, but this thing is $4 at Walmart. It's the Ozark Trail 8-inch or something like that knife. I guess you can't take it apart because this is a pin or a rivet. But there you go. There's the blade. Here's the lock. This locks into here, and that's how lockbacks work. Woohoo! Yeah, I was looking into those. I like the copper and the brass ones, but they're like 40 or 50 or something, and they're kind of small. Oh, I collect everything. I collect cheap shit, expensive shit. I collect shit. Let's put it that way. That sounded terrible when I say it out loud. Yeah, when you say stuff like that, it sounds horrible. So it's not the size that matters. Wow. I just can't say anything that sounds normal today. The reason why they're so expensive is because of the materials that they use. Copper itself alone is expensive. That's why that's expensive, as well as the blade steel that they're using is pretty high quality, knowing that it's from Civivi. go ahead and stick this back in here. Yeah, yep. But then again, if you're buying something that size, let's be real, you're probably not going to use it. You're going to stick it on your keychain and then forget that it's there, and when you go to the airport, it's going to get taken from you. There we go. But yeah, I had one of those in my wish list for a while. But then I think I took it out of my wish list. It's been a while. Apparently this blue aluminum backspacer isn't aluminum, it's steel. I didn't know that. I just pulled the whole knife out by that with this sheath right here. Now the video I did on this knife kind of sucked. I expected it to get more views than it did, but it got like 20, which was weird for a short. Like my typical shorts views are like 400 or something, and for something to get 20, it just shows that people really don't like it. It's a great knife though. I wouldn't mind having any of the Elementums. You know what knife I recommend everybody have? A QSP Penguin. This is one of the best knives that I've carried, and I loved it so much. But I only had 1 week to carry it. I'm currently just talking about the knives that I've got. Been taking apart a few knives and cleaning them, putting them back together. Not a whole lot going on. Few people ask questions, I answer them, and life goes on. Yes, the QSP Penguin is quite possibly one of the best bang for your buck knives you can get. If you want something bigger than that, the Bestech Good Boy. This is the best button lock, or the best knife under $100, in my opinion, this year. These will all go in a video. These are not technically just this year's releases, but these are ones that I got this year. I'll put them in order of price. We'll stick this one at over 100 because it was really good to me. And then I guess the last one's going to be 200, and these are basically $200 now. So these go in order like this. $10. The best knife for $10. I mean, every year somebody comes out with something that's $10, and if it's good, I'll stick it on the video. Next up is best knife under $50. This is the best knife under $50 to me this year that I own. Best knife under 100. This thing's $53. It's great. I love this thing. The next one is best knife for that's under 200. It's going to be this one. And then the best knife over 200 is going to be this one. This one's only over 200 because of the pocket clip. I don't own very many knives that are over 200. This one's one of them though. This one's sitting right at 200, and after tax, it's over. So metallurgically, these things are all different. The reason why they're different is the different types of materials that are in the blade steels. And I have a perfect way of showing you guys all this. If you have any questions about any blade steels, I can explain it to you. These three use D2. D2 is a tool steel that's been used since the 60s, or since World War II. It was used for cutting things out of machinery and machining. I've got an app that can tell you all about this stuff if you're ever curious. We are not going to update if it'll load for me. There we go. And let me shut the light off real quick and I'll show you. Okay. So right here we will search D2. You sleep well. And D2 is right up here at the top. Yeah, first appeared during World War II. Oh, this is it's a tablet. It's a Galaxy A6 or something. It's freaking old. So the composition of D2, I also have a chart for this that I have it all written out to show you guys. It is a semi-stainless because it has less than 13% chromium in it. And the chart needs the light turned back on, so I'll turn that back on. We'll move these all out of the way and then I'll show you guys the chart. How about that? But yeah, it's different materials that are used that make them more expensive. It's not, you can sharpen these all you want and make them sharper than they come from factory. Okay, now the light turned back on. Oh, that app is called, when you go on to the, well, do you have an Apple or an Android? Because I don't know if it shows up on the App Store for Apple. I think it's just Android. It might show up though. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, so when you go on to the Play Store, you're going to look up knife steel composition, and it looks like this. And this shows you all the information you could ever wish to have on blade steels that show up on this app anyway. It's a great app. I use it all the time. Now let's see. Get the chart out. Here we go. So yeah, D2 is right here. This is the composition of D2. How you doing, Fook? D2 is still right here. So yeah, this is what makes D2 expensive, is namely the heat treat of D2 is expensive. But yeah, this chart I've used in a few videos. It took me, I think, 2 hours to make. But yeah, you've got a whole bunch of different steels on here. And the most commonly used steel right now is 8CR13 up at the top. But D2 is coming up on the next most used. Knife steels that I wouldn't recommend are 420J2, 3CR, 7CR, stuff like that. All the rest of these knife steels, I'd say, are perfectly fine for use. And I appreciate it. It took a really long time, and I think it was worth it, but I'm not 100% sure all the time. So, I really should have honestly live streamed while I was making that thing because it took forever. And just to have anybody show up and watch that would have been nice because I had nobody to talk to the whole time. This is S45VN, CPM S45VN. CPM is Crucible Powder Metallurgy. That's what CPM stands for. And S45VN is right here with 0.5% niobium, 1.48% carbon, 3% vanadium, 16% chromium, 2% molybdenum, and by the looks of it, 0.15% nitrogen, and that's it. And I do show that every once in a while. Not everybody appreciates it, considering we just went from 48 viewers to 28. Apparently nobody likes cardboard. When it's not getting cut anyway. But yeah, that's why this one's so expensive. It is a lot of great info. That app, hands down, the best app for trying to find anything out about steel that you need. And it's not just knife steels, it's other types of steels as well. I use this app all the time. They update it regularly, update the content on it regularly. But yeah, like MagnaCut right here, if you're not going to be able to read it, but if you look this thing up, it's knife steel composition right there. And this is what the app looks like. It's like 31 megabytes. It's one of the smallest apps on the App Store. I use that to correct people if I need to, or to answer anybody's questions, mostly to answer questions. But yeah, highly recommend that app. This is CPM 154. It is a what they call a factory second. And factory second knives have blemishes or problems from the factory. I couldn't find out what it was on this one, so I just bought it, and it was 20 bucks instead of 140 or something like that. I did, well, it's here. I put it back together already. It still has the same problems that it did. But I'm going to see if I can sell this for like 200 somewhere, because the 175 that they're offering me just isn't enough. There's nothing I can buy on their store that, yeah, it's ridiculous. But maybe somebody on Facebook or something just wants the blade. It's a 610 ST. Yeah, an 0610 ST. This one was made in June of 2008. This has been discontinued for quite a while. It'll come with all the extra parts that I have for it, including the pocket clip and everything else. It needs help though, and I'm not the person that can get it that help. I don't have a lathe or anything. And I need another one of this button, and I just can't get one. They don't make them anymore. Oh, actually, I don't know. I think the handle's aluminum or steel. It doesn't feel light. Well, yeah, balance points right there. So aluminum. I don't think it's titanium. I can have it tested though. I'll have it tested on Monday and we'll see what it is. It looks cool. Some people think it looks ugly. I mean, it's all personal preference. I got it for free, so it doesn't matter to me. But yeah, let's bring out the list of top knives of 2024 that I own anyway. These are the best bang for your buck for the price. $10, $38, $53. I got this for 20, but brand new, the factory seconds go for like 90. So it's sitting right under 100. And then these ones are 198 or something. Plus the pocket clip is another 25. So this one's sitting at just above 200. I typically don't need to sharpen my knives because I have so many and I only carry them for a week. But I use a DMT Finestone. And I don't have anything to help me with the edge, angle, or anything. I just go based off of what looks right and it works. So there you go. These things are like 15 bucks on Amazon now. Back when this was bought, it was like 60 or 70. Prices have really dropped on stuff like that. And now everybody's going to go over to Knife Fast stream instead of mine. Oh well, what do you do? He live streams daily. Anyway, these in order are the Ozark Trail 7.5 inch folding knife. It's the one that's in D2. It's hard to miss orange. The other ones aren't orange. This one is a QSP Penguin in D2 with the shredded carbon scales. It has blue G10 inlays in there somewhere. There's just blue in there in some places, and that's what it is. It's G10 pieces. This is the Bestech Good Boy. This is in D2 as well. All three of these are in D2. Why does everybody call him KC? I don't know what KC stands for. Shredded carbon does look really nice. So this is G10 D2 with a crowned spine. Really nice jimping. Overall, this is one of my favorite knives, and I haven't carried it yet because it looks so nice, and I feel bad carrying it. So KC is also known as Knives Fast on YouTube. He's got 22,500 subscribers last time I checked yesterday. He's doing a little better than I am. Okay, so everybody calls him KC, but you don't know why either. It probably name, but I don't know. This one is the Kershaw Launch 1. Yeah. So I stopped watching Metal Complex because I only watched him for the streams to talk to people on the streams. And when you've got 3,000, 2,000, 3,000 people in there and everybody's talking, you can't read any messages. And they are all the same video. It's just repetitive and it gets annoying. I try not to do the same thing, but yeah. Well, I do it to talk to people, meet people, and I would like to be doing networking on streams and trying to get people to follow me and stuff, but I don't like using other people's streams to do that. I have my own streams for that, so and I don't tell anybody to follow me either. Well, you've won from him more times than I have, so there you go. I don't collect EDC stuff. I only do knives. I mean, I don't, if you find me on Reddit, I'm also on Reddit. I will answer any of your questions over there. I don't answer questions on Instagram as often. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't mind having people send me stuff, but Knives, I guess, said it right. it's going to take me forever to get to your knife. So I've done 3 videos on this thing, and considering it's sitting in the lineup of top knives of 2024, I'm going to say it's a good knife. Yeah, I could do that. If people send me pictures of their EDC on Reddit or something, I could do that. But all I do reviews on is knives, and I don't know a whole lot about all the other stuff. And I try to keep it as 100 with people as I can, because if I don't know something, I'm not going to talk about it. Or I'll learn about it and then I'll talk about it. But I'm not going to tell you guys stuff that I don't know anything about. Yeah, so I had it tested. I thought it was D2, but somebody on Reddit brought up that D2 doesn't have nickel. And this steel does have nickel in it. It also, so it showed up as what D2 would show up as on what I tested it on. If you go look over on Reddit again, I had it tested with an XRF, because when you're spending $10 on something, you don't expect it to be very good. You expect a little bit of lying about something, and that's just what you do. Well, it showed up. No, it's not 9CR. It's actually a cousin of D2. It's what I'd call a cousin anyway. What showed up and what somebody brought up to my attention is that I'll show you what it came up as. It's called CR12 MOV. And CR12 MOV has less vanadium. 12 MOV. Okay, so it says equivalent of D2 tool steel, except it's really low on vanadium, which is basically it. Now, the nickel shows up in this right there, 0.16%. But if you press that, and I'm going to go look up D2, and D2, when you look at that on here, shows up with no nickel. There's no nickel anywhere up here. So yeah. It is a cousin of D2. I'd consider it pretty good. And based off of edge retention testing that I've sat there and watched, it has higher edge retention than most D2 tool steels or D2 knives I've seen on the market right now. Almost double the regular edge retention of D2. I'd pick this thing up if you can see one or if you can find one. You might as well. Yeah, the edge retention blows my mind every time that I think about it. Because this one's D2. This one's cryogenically treated D2. It's treated properly with a mirror polished finish or mirror polished edge. And this thing lasted half as long as this one did, cutting cardboard for 8, or this one cut cardboard for 4 hours, and this one cut it for 8. And these things brand new are like 56, and this one brand new is 10. So I think I'd go with that, even though I like this blade shape and everything more. Plus it's got a flipper tab, and that's really, really cool. But yeah, I'd pick this thing over a bug out any day. And the reason why is because the bang for your buck, you're paying 11 times less for this thing than you are for a bug out. And sure, every once in a while there's a bad QC problem, like the lock breaks or the springs break. But what company doesn't have that when you're selling millions of them? I don't think that Benchmade has sold millions of the bug outs. Maybe they have, but these things sold out nationwide in 3 weeks. There's still a few people that are finding them, but when you sell out a knife, they probably expected to go a couple months. In 3 weeks, I hope that they keep making these things, because that's just insane. It blows my mind every time I think about it. Now, next one up for knife of the year under 50 was... Can somebody remind me what that was? Yeah, I don't remember what it was. Damn. Knife of the year under 50 bucks. Oh, the Penguin. Yeah. $39 for D2 sheep's foot blade, and I love this blade shape. This is my favorite blade shape. Shredded carbon fiber, deep carry pocket clip. Let's see, 3 inches of usable blade length with a nice sharpening choil, liner lock, thumb studs, and a great action. I'm going to take this thing apart, and this is going to weird you out. It has, what was it, 6 washers instead of 4 or 2. This thing has the most of those things that I've ever seen in one knife. And it weirded me out a little bit when I pulled it apart the first time, but yeah, it's really cool and unique too. Or wait, was it 4? Okay, yeah. So there's 4 washers on this thing. And it weirds me out every time that I see that, but it's so cool. There's one right here. One right here. Well, here's the thing. I'm not basing my opinion off of hype. I'm basing my opinion off of how much I enjoyed carrying it. I don't care what other people think. I care what I think. And I think, personally, that it was the best knife for under $50 this year. Yeah, phosphor bronze and then phosphor bronze right there. Super weird when you think about it, but it's so smooth when they did that. But yeah, if it's not your knife, it's not, it's not something that you enjoy, and that's perfectly fine. Everybody's entitled to their own opinions. Just because you're wrong doesn't mean it's my fault. No, everybody can do their own thing. That's just the way things are. Besides, it's just a knife. I mean, big whoop. Alright, tweezers it is. There we go. I do kind of wish that they had other blade shapes, but this is my favorite blade shape anyway. Dude, like half the knives that you own are huge. Yeah, this one just came with the phosphor bronze washers, so, and it is smooth as butter, dude. I love this thing. And that's why it's getting the spot that it is. And this video will come out in December. You guys are getting a little bit of a sneak peek on what's going to be on it. Unless something changes and I get something before December that just blows my mind, all these knives are going to be on that list. God, if I didn't feel like shit, this would be a lot more fun of a stream. Okay, check centering. It's already centered. It's just a great knife. I don't like bearings as much as I like the washers. I'm going to take this thing back apart and oil it because I really should have done that while I was in there. But yeah, I will always pick a knife that has washers over a knife with bearings any day. Significantly easier to maintenance, and they just feel more smooth to me. The little camming feel that you get when you use bearings just doesn't feel as good to me. Okay. Okay, fine. Don't let go. All right, knife blade it is. Yeah, you have a good one. We'll see you later, man. A drop there and a drop there. Stick it right back on. A drop on top and another drop on top. Stick the next one on. Oh, there we go. It is 6 washers. So it's got 2 phosphor bronze. I completely forgot about this. And then a nylon washer. That's why it was 6. That's why I kept saying 6. That's why this thing's so weird. Hey, how you doing, Knives? Yeah, this thing's got 6 washers, and it's just so off-putting. But it's so cool and super smooth. This is one of the thinnest washers right there that I've ever held. I'm almost scared of ripping it. Fook just left. He didn't want to deal with my crap anymore. Probably unsubscribed too. I literally just about started like the fake crying too. That was gonna be so funny. Dude, this week's carry is this thing. I'm gonna love carrying this thing. So, did you take the used boxes, to work today, or did you forget again? I should do a knife cleaning ASMR video. And halfway through, oh, yeah, fair point. Halfway through that knife cleaning ASMR video, I'm going to act like I cut myself really bad and go, oh shit. Oh, that'd be evil. Absolutely evil. What tools do I use for what? Cleaning or? Oh shit. Oh, there goes a screw somewhere. I could do it. You might not be able to, but I could. Oh, for taking these things apart? Currently, I'm using the ones that Jin sent with the knife that I got. Because surprisingly, those things work really well, but you have to buy a whole knife to get them. What I used to use, and what I've been using for the other half of things when I need two. Oh, yeah, a T6 and a T8 screwdriver. These are Torx bits. What I usually use is this. It's from Harbor Freight. And it comes with all these tools with a ton of bits and a screwdriver thing and a set of tweezers. And I use the T6, the T8, the screwdriver, and the tweezers all the time. Now, before I forget it, I'm going to try and find that screw. Because I don't need a missing screw from my penguin. There we go. But yeah, that Harbor Freight set is $7. Highly recommend that thing. Let's not forget, you know what? I already showed everybody earlier. We're gonna forget to put the stop pin in. And everybody's gonna see what happens when you forget to put the stop pin in. This is why you don't leave parts on the table. We'll just stick one of these back in real quick. So the stop pin stops the blade from over traveling. What happens when you don't put it in, let's tighten this up a little more. Or, yeah, there we go. Is that it over travels. This one only over travels that much because it hits the lock bar. But if you keep it going, there you go. The BK4. Oh, is that what you're carrying this week? I think I saw that on one of your videos. I don't click on all of them because I have other things I need to do as well. Kind of like why I assume you don't watch all my videos either, so. Oh, come on, come off. There we go. Now we will stick this back in. So who makes that thing anyway? Oh, okay. Did Dozier design that or Becker? Did Becker design it? Is that what the BK is for? Oh, all of the freaking. Okay. Well, let's fix that real quick. And grab that screw that I just dropped in my hand. I think Becker designed some really hard use knives. Oh yeah, I told him that it's CR12 MOV. It's a cousin of D2, but based off of the chemical composition, I'd think that it would have less edge retention. So I think what happened is when they were heat treating it, they didn't temper it twice. So, but that also weirds me out because after watching, oh, you're all good. After watching Arkansas do his, well, that's the thing, is D2 and CR12 MOV are cousins. And with standard deviation, it almost looks like it would be D2, but it has too much nickel for me to consider it standard deviation. And based off of what somebody else was saying on Reddit, it does look like CR. Did Max Levels come out with and tell you guys how much vanadium it had? Because I didn't watch his video on it. If it came out with the right amount of vanadium, then maybe it is just D2, but I'm not 100% sure. I haven't watched that video yet. And I honestly wasn't going to watch it, so anybody who has answers, I'd appreciate that. So yeah, that's all put back together. There's a little bit of extra stuff around this, around the pivot. Well, if he can, I'd appreciate it if he had an answer for that, because the only, like, the biggest difference between CR12 MOV and D2 is the vanadium amount. There we go. Anyway, the vanadium in D2 is like 4 or 5 times the amount that's in CR12 MOV. I dirtied this thing up a lot today. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, what else do we need to do today? God, I've been going for 3 hours. I expected it to end like an hour ago. Not that I mind, people are still sticking around, and as long as they're having a good time, it's not a big deal. Hey, Knives, can you do me a favor real quick? Oh, God. Oh, maybe I can stop hitting everything. Can you check how many subscribers I have now? I'm curious. Oh yeah, this edge sucks. And And off we go back to sharpening. Wait, holy crap, dude. When I started this stream, I had 431. Wonder when that happened. The streams seem to get me a lot of people. Especially like the last two streams. A lot of people seem to enjoy watching me talk about random crap. Now, unlike a lot of the other guys, I don't tell anybody to do anything. Yeah, I saw it like 68 or something, but I'll have to see what YouTube says it was sitting at. Now, let's see how it cuts paper towels now. Better. So right now we're just doing burr removal. And we'll see where it goes from there. God. That's an interesting way of putting it. Yeah, I don't know. I expected to get, like every stream, I expect to get about 2 subscribers. And when you have expectations like that, anything higher makes you happy. Thank you. And I don't tell anybody to subscribe, and I don't tell my moderators to tell people to subscribe, because if people want to subscribe, they know that they can do that. One thing that I would like to remind people that YouTube unsubscribes you from people, but I haven't lost any subscribers since like May. All of my days are either +1, +10, or 0. Oh yeah, because, well, actually, I was gonna say, oh yeah, because you're the person that gets mad, and then I thought about it, and I'm like, you are the person that gets mad. So Knives, how do you feel about me using a 2x2 square made out of leather for first dropping? And it doesn't have any sort of grit or anything on it at all. It's just leather. I'd hope so. I'm glad I caught that when I did earlier. I started sending you reels on Instagram on accident, and I'm like, I'm supposed to be sending those to myself. Why is it sending it to him? Well, apparently I talk to you enough that I send myself less reels than I've talked to you. All right. Let's see how it's doing now. That's a lot better than it was. I'm proud of that. But it's 4CR. This one's 4CR blade steel. That's why it's so easy to sharpen. Oh, knives, I haven't told you yet. Take a wild guess at how much ZT will send me or will give me money-wise if this thing has a warranty issue. Because they don't make this anymore. And this was made in June of 2008. How much money do you think they'll give me if they can't replace what's wrong with this? $300, huh? That'd be nice. They're offering $175. They're offering $175 in what's it called? In-store credit, or like credit on their website towards anything, but I have to pay the full MSRP price of everything that I buy with that money. Well, none of the knives on their website are under that or the same price MSRP. The cheapest knife MSRP right now is $240 on their website. So sending it into them and have them give me money for it, I'm not getting anything that I could use. Really unfortunate. I wish I could say that isn't too shabby, but if I can't buy anything with that money, what's the point, you know? With that being the case, this is for sale. For anybody who wants it. It is, I'm going to probably say $200. It has lock rock. If you have a lathe, and you can remake this button, you will probably fix the only problem that this thing has. It comes with a spare spring, the 2 broken springs that it came with, and the pocket clip and screws for the pocket clip as well. Anyway, I doubt anybody wants to buy it from me, so I'm going to stick it on a ZT group somewhere or something, or on Knife Swap or something. I've thought about it. I called them to see what they could do for me, and they won't even price it over the phone or anything. It just really sucks because sure, I got it for free, but it's a broken knife. I mean, what can you do with a broken knife other than hurt yourself? But yeah, if anybody, the main reason I want to sell it for that much is because I want more than they're giving me. But it's got a beater blade. If you have I still need to text or talk to Blade HQ, because apparently Blade HQ, Knife Center, all those guys buy parts for these things, or they bought parts for them back when they first came out. If they have, I don't need the blade. I just need the buttons, the button spring, and a new button for it. That's all I need. But I've just been too lazy to call them or something. So, you know who has some of the best customer service? Blade HQ. They are so nice to talk to. They have such a good attitude all the time. It's just great. It's a great time. Especially the fact that they actually care about what you're talking about. It's just a great talk. Well, I don't even buy from anybody else. The only time that I've bought from another knife or an online knife retail is Smoky Mountain Knife Works when this thing came out. This is the Kershaw Lightyear, and they came out with an exclusive that makes it look like Buzz Lightyear from Toy Story. I had to get that. There's no way that I'd let other people buy all of these. I needed to get one. I've never carried it, but I've taken a few pictures of it. I just enjoy the fact that somebody decided my childhood needed to be part of the knife community. You know what I should do? I should sit here and sharpen this until the blade's gone. Yep, something like that. My knife ain't friends with you. It's not a friend with you. I can't. I suck at coming up with parodies sometimes. I don't know if they still have them in stock, but like it's a trash blade steel. I only bought it because it looked like Buzz Lightyear. Like there was no other point. Oh yeah, I'm lowering the property value more than you usually do, dude. I went from 50 viewers to 17 because I pulled this thing out. Nobody wants this. Honestly, watch me pull this knife out and more people show up. I have two replicas of the first knife I ever owned. And I broke the first knife I ever owned. And this was given to me to replace it. Oh my god, the property value went up. 3 more people showed up. Dude, more people showed up for this piece of crap than showed up for the quadrant. So, and I don't know if I'd pick the quadrant over the ST-155. At least the ST-155, what is it, 14C? Look, blade steel wise, I'm going for that ST-155 because it has to be better than the Quadrant. Dude, I hated the Quadrant. Like, I bought it, and as soon as I opened the package and flipped it once, I regretted buying it because I spent $35 on that piece of trash. It's one of the only knives that I've regretted buying 5 minutes after buying it. I mean, that's not true. There's one other that I regretted buying. And that's this. This thing, I regretted buying this thing before I even bought it. But, so, I didn't want this as bad as I thought I did, but I went to Sportsman's, right? And I said, hey, do you have one of these sitting in the counter somewhere that I could check out? And they said, nope. And then they went over, grabbed one, opened the box, and then handed it to me. And I'm like, well, now I just feel obligated to buy it. So I searched all over, like everywhere on the internet to find a place that had a lower price. And I got it for like $51. Well, let's talk about what's wrong with it. I don't care how small it is. It looks kind of cool, and it flips out quite nicely. Here's what's wrong. See how flat that is right there? How am I supposed to shove my thumb in there comfortably to close it? Like, you almost have to use two hands to close this thing every single time. This is quite possibly one of the worst knives I've ever held. Only because you can't fit your finger in there. You can't fit your thumb in there easily. Like, all they had to do, a tiny cutout right here. It goes like that far and then comes back so that you can shove your thumb over there and close it without trying to push your thumb as hard as you can. Like, I carried this thing for 2 days. I was going to do a full week carry. I carried it for 2 days and gave up. It's the only knife I've ever given up on. And that says a lot because I gave up on this thing before I gave up on this thing. And this thing was $4. And it was almost fully serrated. But yeah, this is the only knife that I've ever given up on. I feel bad for everybody that owns it. And I honestly kind of feel bad for D Rocket, the guys that designed it. The Mbombo is a larger version of that, basically. That's Damasteel and titanium. And there were only like 500 of those things made. But it's just ridiculous because I think it has the same problem. And people on the CRKT knife group on Facebook, they uh, they carry it regularly. I couldn't imagine carrying something like that. Oh, this one's not a front flipper. It's a regular flipper. It's just stupid. I couldn't, dude, if this thing was a front flipper and I had to go like that, no, this ain't gonna happen. I wouldn't have bought it. Like, I felt obligated to buy this because they opened the package for me to look at it. But if it was a front flipper, I wouldn't have even touched it. The amount of regret I would have had if it was a front flipper. Because $50 is a lot. And for those who say it isn't, live in my world. I dare you. Yeah, I do have a blade bitch. Blade Blade bitch. Yep. I've got a blade bitch account. I have a blade binge account now. I still need to read all the rules on that. I read almost the entire terms of service on that thing. And I hate reading. It would. It would. How much money do I have left for the rest of the month? What's today? Ooh. Oh, yeah. And I actually started getting paid less. So let's see. I went from making $10,400 a year. I think I just lost $100 a month. I'm making less than 10 grand a year. So try living in America making less than 10 grand a year. I dare you. I am looking for new jobs though. So I'm tired of putting up with not being able to afford the shit that I want. It's getting ridiculous, but even just a part-time thing, anything to make more than I'm currently making. We'll see what I can do. Oh, I just cut my pants. Well, that sucks. This knife has claimed another victim. So how much am I making a year if I lost $100? That's 1,200. 9,200 a year. You've got debt though, don't you? Because yeah, you've got debt, and that sucks too. But I don't have any debt. But I do understand where you're coming from. I used to make 16 an hour till I got fired again. Maybe one of these days I need to just stop not telling people that I can't pay attention worth crap. So maybe I'll last longer than 3 months at a job. Or maybe I should just tell them. I have tried not getting fired. The longest I've lasted at a job was 3 months. 4 months. 4 months. maybe I should just tell the people that I work with I'm a diversity hire because I'm acoustic. Maybe they won't fire me because I'm their diversity hire. I doubt it. They'll probably still fire me, but all I'm good at is talking people and convincing them to buy shit. Apparently that isn't good enough. God, why is this thing so dull? Maybe I should do that now that I think about it. Work 2 jobs, and when one fires me, I still have another one. The problem is, eventually, I'm going to run out of options. Oh, where does this thing suck? I can never understand how people can do the sharpening going this way. Like, I can't hold an edge worth crap. Or hold an angle worth crap. I'm sure that that backup job would help, but I kind of just want to do a part time thing because I suck at paying attention for long periods of time. And when I do that for 5 days a week, well, 5 days more than I'm already doing anyway. I can't be putting miles on my truck like that. I don't get good enough mileage. I have thought about getting a motorcycle. There's a Honda called a Honda Navi, and it's got a 0.9 gallon tank, tops out at 60, and gets like 110 to the gallon or something. And it also has a little thing in the bottom of it where you can put shit. Anyway, what was I gonna do? None of these streams are planned or anything, other than they will always happen on a Sunday or something. So, what's everybody else's favorite lock or locking mechanism on a knife? Because I think my favorite is the button lock, but a lot of people seem to like the crossbar locks. How many crossbar locks do I have? I think I've got 4. Actually, my favorite lock, I don't like knives that lock more than I like slip joints. My I like this thing more than all these. And it doesn't even lock. Oh, I don't know if you saw that there, those shiny lines. If it'll show up again. The little crosshatch lines right there. That's from when I was sharpening this thing. And I'm holding it like this, and it slipped and scraped the living crap out of the whole knife. God. My camping knife is a Rat 5, so, and I don't carry fixed blades, but that thing, it's just a beast. I still need Clark to buy that knife from me. I have been seeing something like that on mine. Thank you. I don't think that those crossbars are, or that the locks on these ones are hardened. And it really shows. The coating on them also doesn't last all that long. The coating on the lock doesn't last very long. I'd like to do some testing on that, but I don't even know how you'd test that. I flip mine around all the time. Oh, the knife that I need Clark to buy from me. I don't think it's the pushing on it that does it. I think it's the excessively playing with it that does it. So I bought this Great Eastern Cutlery at a pawn shop for $40. It's in really good condition with no patina or anything. It's just brand new, except for a little bit of wear that you'd expect from somebody who carried it for like a day and then decided this thing isn't sharp because it's not sharp. They don't come sharp from factory. And then just threw it back in the thing and then sold it at a pawn shop. But it's $10.95 and needs oiled every time you touch it. And I think he said he's going to give me like $150 for it. Dude, I really don't want to take one of those things apart. I don't like anything to do with springs. I probably could, yeah. But yeah, I hate taking knives that have springs apart because I have bad luck with springs. Like very bad luck with springs. So I want nothing to do with that. But yeah, once you take it apart, clean it, or once you oil this thing, you don't want to touch the blade. This is how you keep them in as good of condition as you can. There you go. and you stick it right back in the tube that they come in. This one, I put a desiccant packet inside because, again, I don't want any patina going on this thing. There's a desiccant packet in there. See, the funny part about that person joining is if she would have said hi, I would have said hi back. But instead, she asked if I could say hi, and I'm like, no. Now I don't want to, just because you asked if I could. So I've been thinking about cutting this knife, cutting the blade on it, because I don't like the blade shape, and it's a little too long for me. How you doing, Nick? So the idea was to cut it right here, because it would be a great carving knife. But the grinder I was going to use to do that, I was having trouble holding it in a vise while using an angle grinder. So I think I'm just going to go at it with a grinder or a bench grinder or something and see how that goes. Got to keep it cool though. Make sure that there's water nearby so I can cool it down without hurting it. There you go. Bunch of knives. You know what? We're sitting here. I'm bored. I'm going to do a state of the collection. Show them all one at a time. Show you guys just about every knife that I have around me at the moment. Now, this isn't going to be all of them, but it will be a lot. And that should add about another 45 minutes to the stream. Now, how do we want to start? Someone pick a box. Cheap, expensive, or small box. Once two people agree on a box, we'll start with that box. Or not, if people aren't going to say anything. Well, we're going to go ahead and start with the cheap box, because why not? The cheap box has two of these. These are replicas of the first knife that I owned. The first knife I owned had green aluminum scales. It was a cheap Chinese one, and I broke it. It got replaced that same camping trip, and that is what started this whole collection and the whole channel. Bought this at a pawn shop for $10. This is a CRKT M1601KS, the spear point version instead of a Tonto or anything else. Overall, a decent knife. I carried it for a week. I didn't quite enjoy it because it's the wrong size for me. It's a little too small. This one I also got at a pawn shop for $10. This is a CRKT 10KS. I have not carried this thing because I didn't like the other one, and it's a Tonto with a half serrated or partially serrated blade, and I don't do serrations either. Frame lock, 8CR13, decent knife, not my deal. This is a CRKT M16 03KS in 12C27 blade steel, frame lock, spear point blade. Overall, a decent knife, and I would probably carry this thing. I need to get it in my pocket one of these days. We'll see how that goes. This is a CRKT Lake. It's either a Lake 3 or a Lake 111, whichever one you want to pick. They didn't make these for very long. Overall, an okay knife. I wouldn't carry it because they don't make them anymore. Definitely an interesting handle style. Tip down carry only, and a back lock with a lock as well. This is a Smith & Wesson knife. My dad gave it to me. He carried it for a little while, for probably a year or two. It's okay. I wouldn't carry it, not my kind of deal. But yeah, it's like a part of my dad's past, so I've still got it. And he's still around, but it's just something that he gave to me. In this pocket, we have 3 knives. Knife number 1 is a Frost Cutlery toothpick. No clue what steel it is or anything. Right here we have a Rough Rider Barlow in 440 stainless. I did enjoy carrying this thing for a bit. It's small, but it was useful. And then a Victorinox that needs new scales. I have it all set up to put copper scales on it. I just haven't made them yet, but I do have the knife for it. Next we have a Kershaw Misdirect. It is a spring-assisted knife. I just finished sharpening this earlier on the stream. I wouldn't recommend buying one. It is not a great blade steel. But I did carry this for a while and it wasn't that bad. Carried this in a flannel pocket during winter. Overall, fairly decent other than the blade steel. Next up is a Kershaw Highball XL in D2. This has the steel frame lock. There was a version that there weren't very many of in titanium. The titanium ones have a yellow pivot collar right here, or a yellow pivot screw, along with yellow pinch plate. Nice and smooth. I would carry this thing if I didn't feel bad about carrying it. It is pretty comfortable though. Tip up carry pocket clip on both sides. Overall, a decent knife and easily reverse flickable. Next is a regular Kershaw highball. This one's also in D2 with a titanium nitride finish. Definitely an interesting blade shape. This is now discontinued. They no longer make the small version of this knife, which is this one. I'm not sure why that is. It probably just didn't sell well. But the XL, I would recommend the XL over this version. This is a CRKT Thero, designed by TJ Schwartz. He lives in Boise, Idaho. It is 8CR13 blade steel, a thin plate of carbon fiber on each side for aesthetics. I would consider this, yeah, it's a liner lock with a flipper. Easy to sharpen, really easy to hold an angle on. Tip up carry on one side. Overall, I enjoyed carrying this one as well. The choke up point is actually quite easy to get without cutting yourself. I would recommend this if you could get it for $30 to $45. Not bad. This is an Elk Ridge. I bought this because it's my favorite colors. No clue what steel it is. It just says stainless. Flicks out quite nicely though. But gold and black are my favorite colors, which is why I'll never get rid of this gas station knife. Bought it for $9 in Rapid City, South Dakota while I was there. This is a CRKT Pilar. It is a decent knife if you get one that isn't mine. This one has the worst detent I've ever had on a knife. Super hard to pull back on the flipper, and it rockets out of there. You can't reverse flick this one because it's too much pressure to put it on there. But yeah, overall comfortable. If I got another one that didn't have that bad of a detent, I would definitely carry it. 8CR13 MOV steel, stainless frame lock with a tip up carry and tip down carry, right hand only. This is a Gerber Mansfield. It is a large slip joint knife in D2. Got it for $15 while it was on sale at Blade HQ. Scandi grind, tip up carry only. Now, the problem with this one is every time that you close it, there's a little shiny spot right there. That's a chip in the blade that happens every time you close it, no matter how much you sharpen it. Wish you could fix that, but you just can't. This is a CRKT Pilar in copper. I did a custom shipwreck patina finish. Got this for $32. I will probably be giving one of these away here pretty soon. Maybe at the 1,000 subscriber mark. Overall, a great knife, and I enjoy carrying it. I'll be right back. I need to go grab a second phone real quick, because if somebody's saying something, I can't see that they're saying anything. And I'm back. I guess nobody else is saying anything. Okay then, let's continue. Next up we have a Buck 128, aluminum handles, 7CR blade steel, no pocket clip. This was a collector's edition type deal. They came in little tins, and I accidentally stepped on the tin, so I took the knives out and stuck them in the box. This is a Buck 129. Same thing happened here. Is a 7CR blade steel with aluminum scales, liner lock, tip up carry, pocket clip only. This one is a Buck 715. Probably something I'd use for skinning or something, but I don't know, I don't go hunting. Overall, a pretty decent knife shape. And comfortable to carry. It is a really nice handle. A CRKT Drifter. This was a great knife while I carried it. I do recommend, if you are looking for a knife that's under $50, this is a decent knife. It's not the best knife under $50, but it is good. 8CR13 blade steel, tip, down, carry only. Frame lock, stainless. Not much more to say about it. It's the Ozark Trail 7.5-inch slide lock knife in D2. Overall, the decent knife, $10. I would highly recommend this one if you can find it. Just don't spend more than $10, other than tax, but whatever. That one was a tip-up carry only. This is a Kershaw Lightyear. This is an exclusive from Smoky Mountain Knife Works. Tip-up carry, both sides. Liner lock with a flipper tab, spring assisted. And what I'd call a modified drop point blade, made of some sort of cheap steel that they... It's just some sort of cheap steel, not much more to say. This is a Gerber Quadrant. I highly recommend not buying one of these things. I regret buying it, and everybody else that's bought one that I know of regrets it too. So don't buy it. I'm not going to go over specifics with it because it sucks. This is a Real Steel Solus. It is a slip joint knife in D2 with G10 scales. Really, really nice overall. I enjoyed this thing while I carried it. I would say I recommend this thing if you can get it on sale like I did. I got it for $25, I think. Overall, a great knife, and I did enjoy it quite a bit. This is a Gerber Affinity in aluminum. It's all right, but I've cut myself 8 times with this knife trying to open it with the thumb stud until I got it broken in, and then it finally worked. I bought it because it was interesting that it had a movable thumb stud. I never ended up moving the thumb stud. It just stays where it is. And you can reverse flick it. Aluminum pinch plate, aluminum front scale. This is the Ruik P801 SF in 14C28N. This is a stainless steel drop point, stainless frame lock, tip up carry. I enjoyed this knife other than the fact that I could never get it sharp. Whatever they did to this thing, they did a really good heat treat because it stayed dull. This one sadly has a little bit of blade play back and forth, and there's not much I can do about that. But yeah, overall, decent knife. If you can get one brand new, I'd recommend it. I bought mine for $15. Brand new, they are $35. $35 is a great price for it. This right here is a Rough Rider, what is it? RR2103 in VG10. I was gonna recommend this thing a while back, but the aluminum scales are quite slick, and I don't know if I recommend it anymore. When I got it, it was $10 for VG10. Right now, these are $26. This is a Puma Pocket Friend in whatever German steel they used. I'm assuming something cheap. They did have it HRC tested, and I highly doubt that it's at 19 like they say it is, but if it is, then that's pretty disappointing. That's the HRC test mark right there. I did enjoy carrying this thing. It's easy to sharpen, quite comfortable. There you go. This is a CRKT Pete. Highly recommended knife. If I can open it properly. 8CR13 MOV. 2.5 inch drop point blade. Tip up carry only, either side. This is a left hand friendly knife. Highly recommend it if you can get it on sale for sitting about $14. If it is not on sale, it is 18 or 19. Still a good knife for that price, but you can do a little bit better. This right here is a CRKT Squid Holy, because it has holes in it. Imagine that. A 2.25 inch drop point blade. Frame lock. Drop point is 8CR13 MOV with an aluminum backspacer. Tip up carry only, and only right hand carry set. Decent knife. I abused that thing and it still kept coming back for more. Definitely recommend that. I think I got it for 15 or something, but regularly they're like 30. This is a Colt knife that I bought. I don't know much about it. They don't tell you what steel it is or anything, so got a horse on it though. Woohoo. This is a Walmart $4 lockback knife. I don't really recommend it. It's not the best knife I've ever carried. It was okay for the price. I don't know what else you want me to say about it. It's tip down carry, plastic scales, one thumb stud that was never quite straight. But yeah, if it was a non-serrated knife, I might suggest it. This is a Civivi Imperium. Front flipper, thumb studs, tip up carry only, both side friendly. Micarta scales, 10CR and 9CR Damascus. Definitely recommend it if you have the money. And it's been discontinued for a while though. Next we have a few Kershaw leeks. Broken tip, half serrated and not serrated. I recommend the not serrated one. Eventually you will probably end up breaking the tip off of your drill. I broke mine trying to fix it. I knew that it was probably going to break, but if there was a chance to get a straight blade out of it, I think it was worth it to me. So that's why this one has a broken tip. It is easier to sharpen with the broken tip. Definitely a lot easier to sharpen with the broken tip. Highly recommend getting one. If you can get one for $35. Brand new, these are about $65 to $70. The MSRP on them is about $100. And I don't recommend getting them for that much. Next we have the Kershaw Chive. I also own 3 of these. Two of these are 14C28N. This one is 420HC. I will recommend these if you're looking for a smaller knife. It is quite small, sitting at a 2.5-inch blade and 6 inches overall length. It has a lock that stops the blade from opening. Please do remember that's there, as when you buy these used, most of the time they have a broken lock. They will send you a free lock. All you have to do is fill out their parts request form and you can get one. This is a Kershaw promo knife from 2022. I don't really have a whole lot to say about it. I don't even know what steel it is. But they did make a full version of this with bone scales and stuff at some point. This is a CJRB Ruffian AR RPM 9 steel. Modified Wharncliffe blade with a nice thumb hole right there. Tip up carry, tip down carry on both sides. I've never really carried this thing. I'm too scared of breaking the tip off. This is a Liang Ma number 5 design from CRKT. I don't have a whole lot to say about it. I got it for like $5 or something. It does not lock. I don't think they made very many of those, but I'm not 100% sure. I really shouldn't have bought it. Tip up carry only. Right hand friendly. This is a Buck 501, I believe. 503. This is the 503 Prince. Really nice knife. I wish I got mine in better condition than it is, because it needs a full reprofiling. But yeah, overall it's a decent knife. If you have smaller hands, I would recommend getting this. If you can get it for a decent price, because they are pretty overpriced. CRKT M4. Yep, M4-02M. There's not much to say about this thing. It is spring assisted. Tip down carry. Liner lock. The scales, these white parts of the scales, if you drop them, they chip very easily. It's a decent knife though, but it's not worth the 70 or something bucks that they want for it brand new. Highly recommend getting them used if you want one. Spyderco Delica 4. This is in VG10 steel. This is what they call a drop point. I don't know what I would consider this. Overall, a comfortable knife. I would not carry this only because of the scales, the lightweight scales on these shred pockets. And it just really sucks to ruin your pockets with a knife. Overall, really comfortable, really comfortable. Fits a person with a medium-sized hand. Medium meaning the glove that you wear. It is a 4-position pocket clip that it comes with. I took the clip off of this and stuck it on my Para 3. That will be showed later on. But yeah, highly recommend these. If you can get them with titanium scales, even better. This is an SOG Terminus XR. XR stands for the lock. This is what they call the XR lock. Drop point blade. Deep belly right here. Goes way up. With a flipper. G10 scales. Deep carry pocket clip. The good pocket clip, mind you. They came with another pocket clip and the other one sucks. If you see one with the other one, don't buy it. Fisher Price knife. I wish I had something like that. Something to laugh about. This is a Cold Steel Lucky 2 in S35VN. Comes with 2 blades, one fully serrated and one not serrated. Carbon fiber scales, tip up and down carry at the same time. Because there's 2 blades. Not much more to say about it. It's fairly comfortable, a little bit small. Sitting at 2.5 inches, 2.25 inches of usable blade length. Decent knife though. Need to carry it more. This is a Civivi Appalachian Drifter. This one does not lock, so you can sit here and flick it open and closed over and over. This one is S35VN blade steel on their micarta. I don't know if I'd consider this micarta. It just kind of looks like it. Tip up carry. Really easy to take apart. If you like non-locking knives, go for it. If you don't, then there's a Appalachian Drifter 2 that has a liner lock. The ones with the liner lock don't come with S35VN blade steel though. This is the Harbor Freight Icon drop point knife, D2 steel. Says it right there. This one was made the first year that they came out in 2023. That is what the IK23 Icon knife 2023. Milled pocket clip, G10 scales with carbon fiber inlays. Liner lock, overall fairly comfortable. It's weird having a blade going down that far though. Having a swoop like that is really weird to me. It's comfortable though. This is a Case small trapper in carbon vanadium steel with the yellow synthetic covers, made in 2023, I think. Yep, 2023. Overall, a good knife. I'm holding this for somebody, for them to buy it from me. I'm giving him a ridiculously good price, so I wouldn't recommend buying it for the MSRP sitting at 63 for something that small. No, thank you. This is a Camillus electrician's knife. Half stop, spear point blade, drop point blade. 3 inches of fusible blade length. And it's called an electrician's knife because it has a locking screwdriver. Definitely interesting. Permanent bail. Overall, decent knife. This is a Imperial Barlow. I don't know a whole lot about this one. I don't remember what year that is. I think it's in the 50s or something, but yeah. I'm eventually going to do a restoration on this thing, and then it'll be sitting there on the channel. Might get rid of it, might not. We'll see. Kershaw Iridium. D2 blade steel. Aluminum scales with steel nested liners. Crossbar lock. Tip up carry only. Both side friendly. This is a completely ambidextrous knife. 3.5 inches of D2 steel. About 3 and what is that? 1, 2, 3/8 of usable blade length. Overall, fairly comfortable. I would recommend it if you have large hands. Large hands referring to the glove size that you wear. Decent knife overall. This is a Hogue EX A01. It is a half serrated blade in 154 cm. Button lock automatic with a drop point. A nice swedge up here. The jimping doesn't do very well. It doesn't hold your thumb very well at all. Nice pocket clip though. I do appreciate that one. It's pretty nice. It is a tip up and tip down carry, as there are holes up here for this. I have it in the tip up carry position. It also has a lock. This is an Imperial fishing knife from the 50s. It's in fairly decent condition overall, with a fish scaler, bottle opener, and hook remover. I've never carried this thing. I might carry it if I go fishing or something though one of these days. This is a CRKT. What is this? It's a CRKT something. I don't remember what it is. It was bad enough that I didn't want to remember it, obviously. I don't recommend this knife. I regret buying it. And I overpaid for it at $51. Interesting blade shape. Takes 2 hands to close because of where the lock is positioned, without a cutout for your thumb to push on it. It's a flipper in 12C27, and I don't even know what kind of blade shape you'd call this. But yeah, tip up carry only. This is a Puma Aviator. No clue what steel it is. I don't know a whole lot about it other than this was also my dad's. Decent knife. He carried it for a bit. These go for like $80 on eBay now. I'm sure he paid like 20 or something. Good knife overall, though. This is a Cold Steel Micro Recon 1 in 4116 stainless, made in Taiwan. It's a 2-finger grip for people with large hands. It's a 3-finger grip for me. Tonto version was the only version I could get with the price because the drop point was another $1.50, and I couldn't afford that at the time. It was fun to carry. It's easy to take apart and do maintenance on, and I will probably do that after I'm done with the State of the Collection. These 3 are Case Large Trappers in stainless steel. The stainless that they use is 420 HC. All of them are in pretty decent condition, and I got them all for $55 total. I don't know if I'd pay. This one goes for 100, this one goes for like 60 something, and I think this one's like 80. I wouldn't pay any of those prices. That's ridiculous. Trappers have a clip point blade. Large trappers have a clip point blade that's like almost 3.5 inches long. And they also have a spay point or a spay blade for spaying animals so that you don't stab through other things that you're trying not to stab through. Overall, a great design. This is a QSP Penguin, one of my most recommended knives. I recommend that everybody have one of these. This is in D2 with carbon fiber scales. I love this knife. One of the most comfortable and best knives that I've ever carried, honestly. Sheep's foot blade shape, sitting in a tip-up carry only, both side friendly. I just love this thing. I recommend that everybody have one. That one specifically was $13 for me. Brand new, they go for $39. This is a Gerber Fast. I recommend not getting this thing. It feels cheap, it looks cheap, and the only thing that isn't cheap about it is the price. This thing was $50. I recommend not buying these. Highly regret it. Well, let's talk about it, I guess. Drop point blade shape, tip up only, with a really weird lock, and it's spring assisted. This is a CRKT Kiss. I guess I'd consider it a frame lock and a drop point or something. I don't know. It's a clip point. But this was supposed to be a money clip or something type deal where you have a knife on your money clip. Definitely interesting. I got this for like $5. I don't know if I'd recommend it. But yeah, this was one of the first ones that they made, because it's not the patented version, it's the patent pending version, which you can see here on the back. Patent pending. Made in Japan. I'm assuming it's 8CR blade steel as well. But yeah. This is a old timer trapper. This is a medium-sized trapper in carbon steel. I've kept this thing in as good a condition as I can keep it in. I've carried it for a bit and I enjoyed it. Overall, decent knife. I recommend these things. It's a good knife if you can find them. It's hard to find them in carbon steel, though. The modern stainless ones kind of suck. This is a, what is it? It's a Muskrat, but who makes it? Rough Rider. This is a Rough Rider Muskrat. In 440A, I believe. Well, it's 440 of some sort. Decent condition, other than a little bit of pitting on the blade. But yeah. Not my favorite shape, handle shape or anything. This is a Kershaw Brandywine. These are $21 and you get 3 blades made out of D2. Highly recommend this knife as well. Super comfortable for people with medium to small hands, and apparently usable for people with large hands as well. Keep in mind, large hands, small hands, and medium hands, I'm referring to glove size. Red bone scales, nickel silver bolsters or something like that. D2 steel, great knife. This is a Case Stockman. The other one was a Stockman as well. Basically the same knife, but with carbon steel. This one was abused, made between 1966 and 1974 or something like that. Or 1976 and 1980, something around that time. It's not that new. This is a old timer something. This one's been used. The blade is warped after somebody tried prying with it. Carried this thing for a little while. I enjoyed it up until I couldn't get it sharp again. Decent knife. If you could get one that isn't warped, I'd recommend it. There you go. This is a Case 21051 LSSP. I don't remember when this one was made, but you can figure it out by looking it up. It's a 3-dot. It is a lockback knife. Ooh. Nope, cool. This thing's ridiculously sharp. Thought I just cut myself. I did not. Well, I did, but I'm not bleeding, so I didn't cut myself. Anyway, overall, great blade shape because this thing's been sharpened down past where it should. It would normally be sitting up like up here and then curve into this. But yeah, the person who previously owned this knew how to sharpen with stones instead of ending up looking like this. When they use a pull-through sharpener, it looked like that. This right here is a Kershaw Oh So Sweet, designed by Ken Onion. It is a spring-assisted drop point with a flipper tab. Tip up carry only, I believe. Nope, tip up and tip down carry. 8CR13 MOV steel, made in China with the whole speed safe patent or whatever. This is another Gerber Affinity. This one's in copper. This one will be the giveaway knife for 500 subscribers, which, if I'm not mistaken, we might just hit that today, which would be ridiculous. We're sitting at 483. That's insane. This morning I was sitting at 431 or 441. We've gotten 42 subscribers just during this live stream. Anyway, this thing will be... No, well, if you can, I mean, it wasn't bad. I kind of liked the flipper the way it was, but if it had a thumb stud, I wouldn't argue with that. It'd be decent. But yeah, this one will be given away at 500. This will only be shipped to places in the United States as I can't afford international shipping. Oh. Almost 3.5 inch, or wait. 1, 2, 3, yeah, almost 3.5 inch blade made of D2. I thought it was 7CR, but this one's actually D2 for $16. Not a bad deal. Yeah, it'll be given away when I reach 500 subscribers, so it's a good looking knife. This is a Victorinox floral knife. It is made for doing stuff with flowers out in the garden or something. This was made in the 70s. It is a sheep's foot blade with plastic scales. Great knife. Super lightweight too. This is a Buck Canoe, the Buck 389, made in 2023, with a trash steel called 420J2. Its edge retention sucks, but it's a cool looking knife and was fairly comfortable to carry. I wouldn't recommend it for the price that it's going for now. Back when I wanted to buy it, it was $11.37. Right now, it's probably sitting at $23.97. Don't get ripped off by that. This is a Camillus Stockman in carbon steel. These are not bone handles, they are Delrin. Delrin is a type of plastic. They just made it look like bone. My top recommended knife for under $100 this year is the Bestech Good Boy. This is a G10 scale with nested liners, button lock, D2 blade steel, 3.5 inches of D2. Oh yeah. Drop point blade shape, tip up, carry on both sides. Luxury on a budget. Somebody said that, and it's just been stuck in my head ever since. This thing is definitely luxury on a budget. Highly recommend this thing. This is a Buck 722 Spitfire. Got this for $10 at a thrift store. 420 HC blade steel. Not even 3-inch drop point blade with a recurve and aluminum scales. Tip up and tip down 4-position carry pocket clip with a lockback. This is a Cold Steel American Lawman. ABS or something, plastic scales. S35 VN blade steel with a 2-position pocket clip, tip up only, and a lockback. Nice and smooth, opens and closes just the way that I want it to. Every once in a while you'll screw up on opening and closing a knife, but that's the way it is. I chopped through an entire 6-inch log with this, cut off 30 trout heads, and it's still paper cutting sharp from whatever edge that the trash edge that it had from the pawn shop that I bought it at. Brand new, they go for $122 on Blade HQ. I bought mine for $27.50. We are coming over to the end here pretty soon. This is a Spyderco Dragonfly 2 in S30V with the plastic scales in pink because of breast cancer awareness. 4-position pocket clip. I really recommend getting the titanium scales for this. Or no, 2-position pocket clip. And the titanium scales won't shred your pockets as bad, but they're like 76 bucks. So, and this knife is a 2-inch blade. Yeah, almost 2 inches of usable blade length for 93 back when I bought it. It's almost $100 now. This is a Spyderco Ambitious 8CR13 MOV. Almost a 3-inch blade, drop point blade. G10 scales, liners with a liner lock, and a 4-position pocket clip. Definitely recommend getting one of those for a decent price. I got this one for $20. Brand new, they are about $60 or $70. This is a Spyderco Para 3. This is the one that I took the pocket clip from the other knife and put it on this. This is an S45 VN with a DLC finish. And compression lock. It has a weak detent. I have gotten used to it though. It just takes some time. Got this one brand new for $184. Right now they are going for about $197. If you can get them used because you're better off getting it used than a brand new one. So right here is a CRKT dog. I need to do a restoration on this. And I don't have the screws for it, and they don't make them anymore. And I don't know where I can get a hold of them. I'm going to see if I can get a machine shop to make them, because I do have 1 out of 4. They didn't make very many of these, and most of them are automatic conversions. This one is a manual. The Para 3 is a good knife, but try and get them used, because brand new, they're so expensive. This is a CRKT Fossil, the large version, in 8CR13, sitting at 3.5 inches of usable blade and 4 inches total. I don't recommend this knife. They're pretty overpriced for what you get. G10 scales, G10 scale covers. This is what I'd consider a frame lock with covers. Tip up carry only on the right side. This is the Harbor Freight Gordon knife. I recommend this for anybody who can't get this knife. This is from Walmart for $10. This is from Harbor Freight for $10. They're both great knives. This one's just better. This was the king of budget knives for about the last 5 years until this one showed up. This is an Imperial, IMP 22L. It is a large jackknife. Nothing much else to say about it. The marking there is where I was going to cut the blade to where I liked it. And that was all. This is a Kershaw Launch 1 in CPM 154. This is a factory second. I got it for $20 at a pawn shop. Brand new, they are about $130. And the factory seconds are about $90. This is my best knife under, or no. Was it? Best knife for under $200 this year. They've been around for a while. It's the only one that I've got this time. This is a Gin Vaquero. I bought this, or I didn't buy this. They sent it to me for a review. and so far I've enjoyed it. I carried it last week, and I recommend holding off on this one a little bit because there's other things that I'm hoping are coming out that will whoop this one's butt. Overall, it's a decent carry knife for people who have small to medium size hands. Small and medium refer to the glove size that you wear. This is in VG10 Core Damascus with a mirror finish. Sheep's foot blade that is 2.5 inches, and it does not come with this titanium pocket clip. You would have to buy that separately. This is my Victorinox Swiss Champ. This was the knife that my first knife was replaced with when I broke it. A family friend watched me break the other one and gave me this to replace it. This right here is a Kershaw, what is it? It's a Kershaw something. I don't remember what it's called. It's trash though, this thing sucks. Don't buy this, you'll regret it. We are almost done. This is the Tactile Knife Co. Bayer in MagnaCut and titanium scales. These are around $200 brand new. I got mine for $65 from a pawn shop. And then this is a Kershaw Junkyard Dog 2. I got this from a pawn shop for $140 brand new. They run about $450. This is in SG2 blade steel and titanium scales. Made in, when was this made? November of 2007. Now we are going to take apart one knife, and then I'm going to go ahead and end the stream because I've been going for almost 5 hours. I do appreciate you guys sticking around, whoever is still sticking around. Although there aren't that many of you, I do appreciate everybody who sits and watches. These knives are quite easy to take apart. This will also teach you how lockback knives work. The Cold Steel Triad lock is a modified lockback for extra strength. There we go. So this spring right here, it goes from there to that, pushes on this to push this into the cutout on the blade. And this pin is just there to take any extra force. Blade comes off. So does this and the spring. Now we will go ahead and put this all back together. This stop pin stops this from over traveling. So here's what you do. You put that spring in the right position first. Slide it down. Grab the blade. Be careful with this because you don't want to get cut. Push on that. Bam, there you go. Locked into place. Okay, now you're going to oil it, clean it, whatever you're going to do before you do all this. You stick that back on right there. Nice and easy. Small screws or large screw first, doesn't really matter. All that matters is where you put them. Don't over tighten them on this as, oh no, this has steel inserts, okay. Still, don't over tighten them or else you'll strip something and then you're screwed. The Triad lock is considered one of the strongest locks ever designed, but not in this specific knife, as this knife doesn't have steel liners. Go ahead and loosen that up a little bit. There we go. Overall, a decent knife. The steel sucks, but it's a decent knife. Where does this one go? Right there. That's going to be it for today, guys. I'm getting kind of tired. My throat's dry, so especially since I've been doing this for 4 hours and 41 minutes. Appreciate you guys for sticking around. We're pretty close to hitting 500 subs. Thank you guys for watching, and have a great night.